Good morning, dear
Хотів би
friends.
привітати нас всіх з відкриттям форуму,
Would like
онлайн-форуму
to greet
енергонезалежної
you
регіону
here in
України.
this
З
energy
нами на
forum
зв'язку 1000
from independent
онлайн
Ukraine. We have
учасників.
1,000 participants
І
online
я хотів би
joining
сказати,
us,
що це дійсно багато, і
and
це показує
that is a big attendance, and it really shows us the attitude from the businesses, from the local governance to energy efficiency. So allow me to be the opener for the first panel. We have very respected speakers in this panel. Olga Poslevets, First Deputy Minister of Energy. Jason Pelmer online. IFC Regional Representative Office. Chloe Allen, who is from the European delegation. Marcel Röttich from Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and the representative from the Ministry of Euro Integration. And Olga, the floor is yours to have an opening speech. So, good morning, dear participants and attendees. Very happy to see you here and online. Let me refer to some of my notes for this intervention. Let me start from saying that Ukraine, as the whole progressive world, is moving toward making their economy neutral and decarbonized. And that's the direction we're moving to. And the highest or special priority in this task is promoting energy efficiency, producing clean, low carbon dioxide energy. And in the conditions of the pandemic, where we are living through a very untrivial year in many new limitations and new challenges, that gives us the chance and the need to take a look on ourselves and to use this time to reformat, to regroup, and reinitialize those directions of our development that give the well-needed boost to our economy and energy sphere, making it clean. Of course, we are implementing our policy and designing our policy based on the founding documents that Ukraine has signed and took the commitment according to association agreement with the EU and the agreement on energy community, the Paris Accord, the European Green Course. And because of the new challenges, we couldn't stand aside and leave the energy and the Ministry of Energy Efficiency the way it used to be, because we realized that in these new conditions we need to rebrand the energy efficiency and to make the ministry as a key cross-sectoral agency that implements the policy of the green course, the green shift for Ukraine to become a sustainable country. And that's what we've been doing. Head of the agency, Energy Efficiency, Konstantin Negura, will give us more details about the outcomes of this work. And I would like to dwell on other things. I would like to mention the initiatives that were made by the Ministry of Energy together with the Ministry of Energy Efficiency, the Energy of Energy Efficiency. So, of course, we're finalizing the key draft bill on energy efficiency. It's going through consultancy process with the key executive agencies have received the draft after many discussions with the businesses, with stakeholders. So the document was in the making for quite a while, and today there are still some harmonizations to do, so that in the nearest future we would provide this key document for final approval by the government and then to forward it to the parliamentary voting. So we're working on a new targeted program of earmarked spending for 5 years ahead for energy modernization, for warm loans, to facilitate individual construction, energy efficient construction, and to provide loans not only for thermal insulation but to install thermal accumulators, charging stations for e-cars, etc. You know that in many countries there is a very effective tool for energy efficiency and energy services. And right now, the central and regional governments have signed in total more than 500 agreements, about 1.2 billion hryvnias worth of innovations. We understand that in the recent time there were some barriers in the way. The Ministry of Energy Efficiency, the ministries and agencies have drafted a number of bills and other documents that are aimed to streamline these procedures, to simplify and provide access to this mechanism. So now I'm counting very much that the initiatives that were already have been signed and filed into the parliamentary process will provide in the long run for the businesses, for the investors, the opportunity to use these mechanisms to increase the energy efficiency overall. You probably heard that the Ministry of Energy has initiated the so-called Decarbonization Fund, which is basically a mechanism how to redirect part of the CO2 taxes for earmarked use of these funds to spend on energy modernization and measures to introduce more clean technology into production processes, and also to have that opportunity to monitor and to track the efficacy of the use of these funds, not the way it's being doing like now the money is just disappearing in the general budget like a drop in the sea. So the mechanism has been in the works for some time, ever since we worked with the Danish colleagues from Danish Energy Center, and I'm very happy that this initiative had also been supported by the parliamentaries, and I think the initiative will be supported in the long run. So the energy dependence, or rather the issue of promoting energy independence for regional self-governance, energy it's using the local sources of energy and cleaner technologies to ultimately have safer environment and also create new jobs, generate incomes for local budgets, and to use the resource that the regions have for their own benefit. And in this regard, we also have a set of documents in the works: the development of transparent, competitive market for solid fuels, biofuels, the draft bill on energy crops, the draft bill on exemption of biofuels from CO2 tax. I would not go right now into much detail about those drafts, because I think we have a very professional attendance here today, and Konstantin will represent those development that we've been doing together with the Ministry of Energy, who are managing this activity. I wanted to talk to you about other things, so that you don't forget that the Green Course, or the Green New Deal, so to say, is a very global notion. It encompasses all the areas, all industries: transport, local self-governance, and related topics. I wanted to talk to you about the energy sector, energy efficiency there. So we have a lot of challenges happening. They've been aggregating for years, and recently they've been they've been resurfacing because of many things converged together. The new electricity market was launched in summer last year, and it was very young still to respond to such urgent changes. And it required a evolutionary scrutiny and analysis. But many factors had been stacking up so that we didn't account for many things when we launched the market. So therefore, there are some challenges with investors into renewable energy. I must absolutely talk about this today because the trust of investors towards the state has a very important role to play. And it's a key factor for subsequent energy modernization, increasing energy efficiency, streamlining economy, because businesses will never come to a country that has no clean rules of the game, where you can't guarantee anything. So the ministry over the last 7 months, when I was the acting Minister of Energy, I focused on restoration and revival of the trust of investors towards the renewable energy. We've reached a heavy compromise in the memorandum. It's become the foundation for draft bill and then the law that's now in the works. And we've delivered on our commitments with investors in part of current payments, outstanding payments for the renewable energy produced. For August, September, and October, it will be 100% payments will go at the beginning of December, and all the calculations will be published on the Ministry of Energy's website. And we have to deliver on all the commitments so that the investors would restore their trust to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian government, that you can safely do your business projects here and move in the direction you initially outlined for yourself, and to feel protected by the state, that these investments are protected. So that's where we work on green auctions to finally implement mechanisms that work in many countries that proved their positive impact. In the nearest future, there will be the first quotas for support of specific technologies. They will be very cautious, but they'll be very cautious with our international partners. With international partners, we're beginning on a very necessary project for investors that would outline certain cities where, in which amount, in which scope we can build energy efficient projects, what's the infrastructure, what's the grid access, etc., because that has a clear impact on the cost and the time frame of the project. And we're planning to outline cities for subsequent using hydrogen electrolysis technology, which I think as a symbiotic culture will be very beneficial, and we'll be able to use some world trends so that Ukraine is ahead in the development of these novel technologies. I wanted to also tell you about energy efficiency in the energy sphere in terms of energy, of technological cost and the running costs for electrical energy. You probably know that they are the highest, that they're on the highest level in Europe, 11.5%. So you can see it in concrete numbers and figures. I'll give you the figures. Over the last year, the cost of electricity, technological electricity for transportation of electricity for delivery electricity to the users was 16 billion kilowatt hours in a year. Back when we approved the energy strategy back in 2016, the strategy till 2035, we have committed to reduce these costs down to 7.5%. Why is it important? I told you this figure, 16 billion kilowatt hours. If we reduce it to 7.5%, that means we additionally lose 6 billion kilowatt hours now, which amounts to 3 million tons of coal that we burn annually. So that you know what kind of impact it has on the environment. So I see all the needs and preconditions in place that have been created recently, because it was decided to establish a stimulating tariff policy for the companies that use electrical grids, so that they invest money in the network, in the grids, so that they reduce the cost of electricity and the redundant electricity, and it all goes to our electricity bills. The bills are high because our grids are in a very bad condition. So that's the key factor to increase energy efficiency in electrical production. Second direction that we're dealing with, heat power stations and central heating stations. They're very obsolete. Let me give you some numbers on how effective they are. 1 kilowatt hour. To produce 1 kilowatt hour, they use 40 grams of fossil fuel, which is very big. And it's not only because the central heating station is old, but they are overloaded. They're not working in a nominal capacity. It's far above, and that's the critical factor for stability of our energy grid and heat supply. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, not only in the evolutionary, like slow process, but we will try and expedite the process of replacement of these old heating stations to newer technologies. I'll tell you all about them more later. Why I said that partly it's going to be replaced in an evolutionary pace. What I meant that I said that we're forming the policy in accordance with the Paris Accord to the emissions into the environment. And so in order for heat generation today to be able to work forward, to be used forward, we need to take environmental steps according to National Plan of Reducing emissions, and it's a costly endeavor. And when we're designing our policy, we need to understand the answer to the question: why do we invest in these expensive steps if we're moving to different technologies? We're moving to different types of generation, and it's a pity that we've lost almost more than a year, and we didn't introduce the competition for the new generation capacities, which was initially the idea. Which is why there were legislative initiatives, and the law says that there is a replacement of heat generation capacity, and there should be an opportunity to integrate renewable sources of energy and to provide the stable and work of the energy system. And that's also one of our priorities, to facilitate the synchronization to ENTSO-E, European Energy System. And to do that, we need to prove our sustainability and reliability and independence as an energy system. So let me inform you that this work has been expedited. And currently we are already approaching the new voting on the new arrangement on the competition for energy generating capacity, which was updated in terms of simplifying the procedure, cutting the timeline for this competition, because our energy system cannot wait any longer. It cannot wait any longer. It must develop new generation capacities. And currently we have about 2 gigawatts of power and deficit right now. And it will cover that. Those new technologies, with providing us not only those benefits that I mentioned before, like Green New Deal, green generation, synchronization with ENTSO-E, and the capability to work full speed ahead to our nuclear block, which provides more than half of our electricity, which is basically also clean energy. I understand that I've been telling you quite a lot for an introductory speech, but as a professional, I just wanted to tell you all these things, and I think it will give you more food for thought for this panel, for subsequent panels to discuss these topics, and maybe you will have some interesting proposals to share, and your vision and your thinking to share with us, and maybe help us to design our policy and implement this policy. And in the end, I would just tell you that to move towards the clean environment is the world global trend, and Ukraine is part of this trend. The only thing we need to understand our capabilities, we need to weigh our chances and our economic abilities, and keep in mind, might be mindful of them, but never stop moving forward. There's criticism that the ministry stopped working on the green transition till 2050. Let me inform you that's not the case. There is an expert council at the Ministry of Energy, and the strategic direction never stopped. And all the modeling experts, the different engineering experts and energy experts are working on that. And the green transition that we started is not stopped, but it needed to be reviewed conceptually in order to be able to deliver on the ambitious goals that Ukraine sets forward. We shouldn't, when we design our policy, we shouldn't allow the negative impact on welfare of people and the economic situation of people. We need to pass those decisions that will allow our economy to rebound, to strengthen, and the society to be profiting from that. And we shouldn't, enter into commitments that we are bound to fail. We have to be honest to ourselves. That's why with international partners, I must also mention that, together with international partners, that in the recent months, it's a completely different level of economic cooperation with Germany. We have agreed to work on 5 key vectors: transformation of coal regions, and I also must mention that we are approaching the final concept of reforming the coal mining industry. The cabinet of ministers will approve it soon, and it's one of the key things in our movement for decarbonization. We work with our German colleagues on hydrogen-based energy. We're developing the concept in different related areas. And of course, energy efficiency is there, energy conservation is there. With our German colleagues, with our British colleagues, with other projects of technical assistance, we have designed a terms of reference for energy strategy modernization for Ukraine. So all the key challenges that we have, all the key trends that we have, they must be part of the new and updated energy strategy that will show us and the businesses and our international partners what our aspirations are, what our goals are, and where we're moving. So thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful and interesting discussions and exchanges. I'll be happy to hear your proposals, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Olga, for a very profound starting word. So regarding questions, we have a chat available for you. You can post questions there, and depending on how much time we have available, we will publish this or post those questions and give an answer to them. So in the follow-up of Muslimat said about the reform of energy efficiency.
So in fact, to present our ideas, which are the result of the common work with the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. So we need to begin where we are now at. that. And we are at the situation when the energy capacity of our economy is rather high. We are consuming 3 times more than Germany to produce 1 unit of GDP, 2.5 times more than Poland, our neighbor, and 1.5 times more than the whole world. So one of the ways out of this situation is the increase of the level of energy efficiency. This is the replacement of the traditional types of fuel for the alternative ones. But to understand the status, we need to understand the balance. And the balance is that the residence sector is consuming 1/3. The industry consumes 1/3 of energy. Other 10% is the budget sector. All the rest are the transport, the services, and agrarian business. So if we speak about the international obligations and framework documents, then we should mention that Ukraine is the country which ratified the Paris Climate Agreement several years ago, which deters the increase of the average temperature up to 2 degrees Celsius. We are considering the principles of the European Green Deal, which has the aim up till 2050 to create the climate-neutral Europe. We have the association agreement, which obliges us to adopt the norms which are adopted in the European directives, and all of that needs lots of money, lots of investments, hundreds of billions of euro, which can come as investments to the economy of our country, and thus strengthening our country. So what is going on from the perspective of the distribution of forces in this sphere? We have the Ministry of Energy, and the state energy efficiency is in the coordination of the Ministry of Energy, which is totally logical, and the ministry is totally responsible for the policy formation in the energy efficiency in all of the sectors, except the residents. And also we have the Ministry of the Regional Development, which is responsible for the formation of the policy in the energy efficiency in the buildings, and we have the State Energy Efficiency. This is the central executive branch authority, which is responsible for the policy in all of the economy sectors, beginning with the manufacturing and distribution, ending with the consumption of the energy. So today, in fact, in my presentation, I'd like to mention about the new trends and about rebranding of the state energy efficiency, because we have new challenges and we need to respond to those challenges. So the state energy efficiency is the cross-sectoral authority which provides the sustainable development of our state. The agency stimulates, implements and supports the green transition within our international obligations, and not only, because all of us need to understand that energy efficiency are not only our international obligations, which is rather important as well, and energy efficiency is the welfare of our citizens, comfortable conditions of life, new job places, taxes, and so on and so forth. So, what should the updated agency do? The State Energy Efficiency Agency, which implements the new trends of their work within EU Green Deal. Olga Anatolievna has already mentioned the initiative of the creation of the Decarbonization Fund, which will give the opportunity to have the guaranteed funding of the energy efficiency more than 1 billion hryvnia a year. This is the launch of the market of green bonds and also hard for biofuels, the energy utilization of waste, and because each of us needs to understand where from and which energy we consume. This is the water energy and the efficiency of heat commune energy, but lots of points, but I will dwell upon that a bit later. Now I will tell what State Energy Efficiency Agency is today. First of all, a huge direction we are conducting is the energy efficiency in the residence, because you know that there is the program of warm loans, and 800,000 households have used our program. The economy effect of this program, knowing that we've used 3.2 billion, we've attracted 9 billion. So for each hryvnia from the state budget, we got 2.7 hryvnia for our economy. But not only that. Since the 1st of July last year, for the certain types of buildings, we have the compulsory energy certification of the premises. Now more than 5,500 buildings have got the energy certificates, and we have conducted the energy audits. That is, we understand not only how much is consumed by every building, but what we need to do to increase the energy efficiency in this sector. The State Energy Efficiency Agency conducts the expertise on energy saving for the design and balance and accounting documents, and provides verification of the fuel and energy service. I've already mentioned the budget sector. More than 1 billion hryvnia are attracted as investments into this direction. We've implemented more than 550 ESCO deals. I know that there are lots of discussions around the development of ESCO deals. We don't need to block them, but the answer is that State Energy Efficiency Agency, together with the Ministry of Energy, have considered a certain law draft. The government has supported it, and this law draft is already registered in the parliament, which bans the restrictions on the procurement in ESCO. And with the MPs, we have developed several editions of the law drafts which can expand ESCO not only for the budget sector, but also for the sector of the Heat Commune Energy Agency, and they get rid of all of the obstacles we are having. So definitely we, of course, paid some attention to this sphere as well. As for the new functions, here I need to mention that altogether, according to the estimates of IFC, the sector of green energy is 70 billion euro of the potential investments up till 2030, and 36 billion out of those 70 can be attracted with the help of the green bonds. We know how well the Ukrainian valuables and bonds are bought, but our idea is the following. For the funds, because of the issue of those bonds, they should be attracted to the new projects of clean energy, energy efficiency, the projects which help to deter and to decrease, to reduce CO2 emissions. And the certain law is already signed by the President, which introduces those valuables, and we are developing the concept which will be given for the consideration of the government up till the end of the current year, at least I hope, which will show the order of the turnover of green bonds in Ukraine. We will focus on the municipal green bonds, and the State Energy Efficiency Agency will be the agency which is responsible for the verification of the green character of those bonds. And also we are working together with the Ministry of Energy on the updated target, expanded program on energy efficiency for the period from 2022 to 2026. We do hope that 10 billion hryvnia from the budget will be directed into the sphere of energy efficiency. It will allow us to go on with our initiatives to increase energy efficiency in the housing sector, but it will also allow to attract new funding, cheaper loans into the energy efficiency of industry and budget. How will it be working? According to our ideology, with the help of this money, we will compensate the double rate of National Bank of Ukraine, that is 6%. So 6 multiplied by 2 is 12%. In the case if the enterprise or the municipality takes the loan for the energy efficiency measures. And I'm sure it will provide a very substantial multiplier. The same when we speak about the decarbonization fund. According to the calculations and research of the Ukrainian-Danish Center, the investment of 1 billion hryvnia will give us an opportunity to attract for the next year more than 2 billion hryvnia as the taxes. We need to create value added. We shouldn't devour the budget. We need to create new opportunities for the business to be working, to create new job places, and then everything according to the plan. The same, we have certain initiatives to provide the guarantees and create the fund of the green investments. We will have the register of the units using biomass, because we believe that those who produce clean energy, they shouldn't pay for the CO2 emissions. And the same happens with the green hydrogen and all of the rest. You know, I could speak about that a lot. And there is the list of the law drafts we are working on together with the Ministry of Energy. There are 17 of them. So those are the potential 17. Part of them are already adopted. So I would like to conclude with the following. Today, we shouldn't be in doubts whether we should follow the trend of the green transition. This is not the issue of faith, because everybody believes in that. This is the issue of our hard work. And the State Energy Efficiency Authority, together with the Ministry of Energy, is working on that. So be sure in that. And the updated agency is working today already. Thank you. If there are any questions, again, you're free to pose them in our chat. In the end of the panel discussion, we'll be able to discuss some of them. And now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Jason Pelmer, head of IFC Regional Office in Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldova. And altogether, I'd like to say that IFC is a very famous financial institution. And with the IFC and with the Ministry of Energy, we have the proper dialogue now to found the real work on the issue of green bonds. That is why Mr. Pelmer, Jason Pelmer,
your welcome words appreciated. Jason.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Thank you to the State Energy Efficiency Fund. Thank you to Olga and the Ministry of Energy. I think this is a great opportunity to reflect on green transition, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and particularly, let's not forget the context. We're in the middle of a global health pandemic, and Ukraine is obviously suffering economic contraction as a result of the pandemic. But that's both a threat and an opportunity. IFC will continue helping Ukraine and emerging markets respond to the crisis. We've rolled out an $8 billion program for COVID response to sustain economies and to ensure that jobs will remain. But Konstantin and Olga have already mentioned we need to continue to focus on the sustainable recovery. And it's great to see the leadership again under both of your leadership that we're not losing sight of this. IFC is starting from a position of strength in terms of rolling out these programs. And I'm going to go through a number of them. A few have already been hit. Energy efficiency, renewable energy, green cities, green finance, and climate smart agri are the thematics where IFC is focusing its attention to ensure a sustainable recovery. And then we start with the energy efficiency project. This is something obviously that is core. We need to reduce wastage before we start creating new. And so 10 years ago, together with our Swiss and Ukrainian partners, we commenced an energy efficiency program in Ukraine's residential housing sector. We've estimated the potential for residential energy efficiency measures to be up to $50 billion US. And as stated, I mean, even more important than the capital investment is the fact that we can stop more than 50% of the gas being used for residential energy housing from being wasted. And so that, again, the focus is stop the problem before moving forward. And this is one such area. In 2019, in partnership with the EU and the government of Germany, we supported the launch of the Energy Efficiency Fund to promote residential modernization and boosting the development of professional housing management services. I'm proud to announce that since then, the fund has received more than 250 applications from homeowners associations, helping 21,000 families get access to approximately 1.6 billion hryvnia in financial support for energy efficiency modernization of their apartments. And about 130 more applications are in the pipeline. In total, we expect up to 2,000 homeowners associations to participate in the program over the next 3 years. In addition, we're working with commercial banks to develop loan products that will help homeowners associations start their renovations. Now, we also, in addition to energy efficiency, have discussed a great deal the challenges in the renewable energy sector. IFC is focusing its attention on battery storage. And to ensure a sustainable and reliable power system, IFC has partnered with Ukrenergo to develop a mechanism to attract private investment into a utility-scale battery storage project. This included a feasibility study to assess the economic, regulatory, and financial landscape, technical solutions, and a business model for the proposed project. The analysis concluded that the public-private partnership model, or PPP model, would yield the optimal results. It would allow for the private sector to bring in best-in-class technology at an affordable price. And again, importantly, the government of Ukraine would preserve its fiscal space. We also heard from Olga earlier that the Ukrainian government remains committed to integration with ENTSO-E. One of the preconditions to do so is demonstrating available frequency control reserves. And this is something that the battery storage project would also facilitate. So I look forward to working together with the Ministry of Energy and other key government counterparts to bring this project to fruition. I'd also like to touch on green cities. In 2019, IFC launched its cities program in Mariupol. In Mariupol, we helped purchase modern and environmentally friendly buses that will double the city's public bus fleet and triple its overall passenger ridership. Mariupol was just the beginning, and now we're scaling up this program across Ukraine. With the support of governments of Austria and Switzerland, we're helping the city of Lviv to introduce modern trolley buses with in-motion charging. In Kryvyi Rih, we're supporting tram track reconstruction and the purchase of trams. We're also helping Zaporizhzhia develop a smart city platform to modernize the city's urban infrastructure, introduce electric transport, and upgrade its roads. And we also have a project in Kiev. Working with the World Bank, IFC is improving tram rapid transit lines aimed to provide better access to public transport in low-income areas. Now, shifting to green banking, our flagship green banking initiative has been together with Ukrgazbank. And we've been supporting Ukrgazbank's transformation into Ukraine's first eco-bank, developing its sustainable energy finance business. We advised the bank on scaling up its energy efficiency, renewable energy, green transport, water efficiency, and waste treatment lending programs. Since 2016, with IFC's assistance, Ukrgazbank has disbursed about 500 loans for mid to large scale climate projects, reducing carbon dioxide emissions by more than 1.4 million tons a year. Since then, several large banks in Ukraine have launched their own climate finance projects. Now, in 2019, we launched our first climate smart leasing project in Ukraine with OTP Leasing, together with climate investment funds to boost access to green finance. In other words, working with financial intermediaries, not only on our own, to improve the availability of funds for sustaining green finance projects. And in that vein, as Konstantin had just mentioned, green bonds are also going to be critical to fueling this transition. IFC became one of the earliest issuers of green bonds. We launched a green bond program in 2010 to help unlock investment for private sector projects that support renewable energy and energy efficiency. As of end June 2020, IFC has issued 172 bonds in 20 currencies. To create and accelerate the growth of green bonds as a new asset class in emerging markets, IFC has supported the Sustainable Banking Network, a community of financial sector regulatory agencies and banking associations from 40 emerging markets. Earlier this year, Ukraine's National Securities and Stock Market Commission joined this network. And just a few weeks ago, IFC welcomed the National Bank of Ukraine as a new member. And so we look forward to continuing this partnership, introducing green finance standards in the country with a focus on green bonds, and working with you as well, Konstantin, to ensure that municipalities have access to this instrument. And finally, let me focus on climate-smart agri and irrigation. IFC is launching a program to help smaller businesses better access finance for on-farm irrigation systems, climate-smart technologies, and efficient agricultural practices. An early warning decision system is going to be essential to address food insecurity and address climate change. The focus is on irrigation. Why? Because as of now in Ukraine, only 1% of arable land in the country have access to irrigation. And this is going to become even more critical for the farmers in warmer, drier regions in the south of the country. The potential for private sector participation in the sector is significant. We estimate the need at US $3 to $4 billion. IFC, together with the World Bank, will be collaborating to drive legislative and policy changes to enable irrigation systems. So I'm looking forward to this because I think we have the opportunity to be a trusted partner to the government of Ukraine and an advisor to the private sector to address this challenge. So the issue at hand is tremendous. We're going to need to think very creatively, innovatively, think long-term, given the current macroeconomic headwinds. But I'm confident that we'll get there. We have the tools, and I look forward to working together with all of you to address these challenges. Thanks very much.
Jason, thank you for your interventions. So I see that we have indeed a lot of work to do together with you. So thank you.
And now I'd like to introduce Chloe Alio, who is the representative of the EU delegation to Ukraine. And we know that European Union is one of the key partners of Ukraine. Within the signed association agreement, Ukraine is working on the implementation of the whole list of Euro directives in the sphere of energy efficiency, green energy, and by the way, in the sphere of waste management. So I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Alio. Chloe,
floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Good morning. Dear Gabuslavets, the members of the Verkhovna Rada, it's a pleasure for me to be here today, speaking on behalf of the EU. I would like to focus on three main topics for my intervention. First, the importance of the energy independence for Ukraine. Second, the importance of supporting investments.
Так, це буфло, чи це у нас? Поки що пані Хлоя на зв'язку
So far, we cannot get in touch with Miss Chloe, so I'd like to ask, is it the issue from our side with the internet, or is this the issue from the European delegation? Well, in fact, if it's the latter, then we can give the floor to our next participant now, that is Marcel Rötig. My colleagues can tell me whether we are in touch with Mr. Rötig? Yes, I can see that's true. So, okay, while we are waiting for Chloe, now I'd like to give the floor for the introduction speech to the resident representative of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Ukraine, Mr. Marcel Rötig. Altogether, Germany is a systematic partner of the reforms in energy efficiency in Ukraine. So, Mr. Marcel, I'd like to give the floor to you now. An introduction and greeting speech for you to open this event as well. Mr. Marcel Rötig, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear Konstantin, dear colleagues. Congratulations for the organization of this event under these very special circumstances. You did a great job. Congratulations to the whole team. And of course, I'm ready to chip back to my colleague from the European Union once she is back on track. As we heard, energy efficiency is a key component of the energy independence of the regions of Ukraine. We, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Germany's oldest political foundation, are honored and proud to contribute to this uniting political aim. The planning and implementation of Ukraine's energy policy needs to take into consideration global tendencies. One of the key tendencies is decarbonization and energy transition from fossil fuels to clean energy sources, which in the very end will become the main factor for climate neutral circular economy. And that's what we are dreaming about. In order to reach this aim, it is important to enhance energy generation from the renewable sources, effectively use existing energy sources, and also strengthen the e-mobility. These trends are in line with Ukraine's obligations taken as a party to the Paris Climate Agreement. Ukraine also strives to cooperate with the EU in the framework of the recently launched European Green Deal. Decentralization of energy, distributed generation, development of storage systems, and systematic involvement of consumers to energy generation market also belong to the key world trends. Ukraine has to attract investment to creations of smart grids and digitalizations of the energy system in order to avoid emergency shutdowns. Since 1991, Ukraine's dependence on important energy resources has already dramatically plummeted from around about 52% in 1991 to 35% in 2018, which is first of all explained by the decrease in gas imports from around about 91 billion cubic meters to 10.6 billion cubic meters. This is considered one of the main successes of Ukraine's energy policy in the recent years. And the agency that you represent significantly contributed to that with your work. If you look at the measures which can be taken by Ukraine and its authorities, both central and local, in order to reach energy independence, it is worth paying attention to energy efficiency, for sure. Energy efficiency can bring multiple benefits to municipalities, including saving energy and costs, creating local jobs, reducing local air pollution, improving indoor comfort and productivity, and better health for people. We see the connection between bad air quality and the COVID cases. So even there is an interconnection. The International Energy Agency calls energy efficiency the first fuel. Energy efficiency is the first fuel, the fuel you do not have to use. And in terms of supply, it is abundantly available and cheap to extract. Energy efficiency is widely recognized as one of the most effective ways of achieving reductions in CO2 emissions and supporting the accomplishment of Sustainable Development Goal number 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And aiming to double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. Nevertheless, despite the considerable investment potential in renewable energies and energy efficiency, it has been largely untapped. The likely reasons lie in barriers which are hindering investment in energy efficiency interventions, and perhaps most importantly, the absence of comprehensive and well-designed energy efficiency strategies. Besides, the internal political and societal demand for the energy efficiency measures need to grow, and that's where policy action matters the most. Important instrument for taking advantage of the fuel potential of energy efficiency in the municipalities and communities is the so-called strategic energy efficiency planning. It engages various stakeholders and raises the awareness on energy efficiency among them, creates a common understanding on energy efficiency actions, creates certainty, and enables long-term investment. Therefore, it is essential to start with strategic planning in every single community and municipality. When developing such strategic plans, it is vital to upscale energy efficiency in the public sector. The size and contents of the public sector's energy consumptions vary from one municipality to another. However, given the size of public sector, municipal public energy consumption is substantial. More precisely, the strategic planning might and should include developing such documents as a sustainable energy and climate action plan, and introduce energy management systems in a city or a community, as many Ukrainian cities already done so. Another important aspect of taking the full advantage that energy efficiency brings is to allocate sufficient costs for energy efficiency measures. Financing improvements in the energy efficiency of households or in public sector with the help of such mechanisms as program of warm credits, the Energy Efficiency Fund, municipal and local co-financing procedures is essential for Ukraine's success in this sphere. Another effective mechanism is to attract investment into energy efficiency projects. For example, to cooperate with the ESCO companies, ESCO energy saving contracts, and sign an energy saving performance contract. As of November 2020, 548 such contracts have already been signed in Ukraine. The vast majority of them, around about 90%, have been signed by the local authorities and envisage energy efficiency measures to be taken in the public sector. Today, the ESCO mechanism is being implemented or used in almost all regions of Ukraine. It is most widespread in 5 regions: Kiev, Odessa, Kirovohrad, Kiev region, and Mykolaiv, which account of 60% of all the contracts in Ukraine. The energy-saving performance contracting is also gaining momentum in state-owned facilities, so-called central executive bodies facilities. During the last 4 years, 48 explanatory seminars were held on the implementation of such energy-saving performance mechanisms in cooperation of the State Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving Agency of Ukraine and us, the representation of the British Liberty Fund Ukraine. They were attended by about 3,000 people, local authorities, representatives of budgetary units, heads of budget institutions. All of them are potential customers of the ESCO companies. Potential ESCO investors were also involved in such events, which greatly simplified the customer search and establishment of communications with energy-saving providers. Thanks to the signed energy-saving performance contracts in the heating season 2019-2020, we can observe the average resource saving of 35% and the verification of the previous heating season, showing the comparable results. Against this background, it is essential that draft law number 4274 from October 26 this year, which is called to harmonize the law on energy saving performance contracts with the updated version of the law on public procurement, should be considered in the shortest time possible by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. You see, there's still a lot of things that have to be done, but Ukraine is definitely in a very good way, and we are happy that we can contribute to it. Thank you very much.
Marcel, thank you for your interventions. Indeed, you told about very important fact that we need to raise awareness about energy efficiency among our municipalities, while our homework as members of the government is to create a solid legal base for investments in the energy efficiency. So, of course, every project could be successful even if it's supported by the state, I mean legal basis, and of course municipal governments, and of course business. So thank you for your interventions. It was our pleasure to hear you. Тепер я хотів би
Now I would like to give floor to Alexei Rabchin, advisor to Vice Prime Minister on Euro integration, Euro-Atlantic integration. Alexei, you as an adept of Green Deal. Thank you. Madam First Deputy Minister of Energy, Konstantin, all the attendants. We are all adepts of Green Deal and green development, and we all understand that according to European concepts and the agreements we've signed on Paris Accord, Association Agreement, and also don't forget the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 of them that last year President had launched into production. There's decarbonization, which is our commitment by the end of the century to decarbonize. We, as Europe said, we should be neutral content by 2050. We still aren't clear when we will be able to be climatically neutral. There are several concepts about that. And the most important thing in Green Deal is no one is left behind. No one has to be left behind. That means that those regions that are now mining for coal, that sooner or later will have to reprofile themselves for something else, they have to find new ways to survive. So green sector, it doesn't mean that everything for the sake of environment. It's about thinking about people, caring about people. It's important to know. When organizers asked me to speak on this forum, I was asked to talk about the challenges, both challenges and opportunities, and the Green Deal, so that none of the viewers would think that those in the government are not aware of the real problems in the sector. So about the Green Deal, it's very important for us that a Green Deal will help us, or maybe Chloe will tell us later. So it's a program of economic development of EU. Economic development, innovation, leadership, diplomatic. I'm not talking about environment. I'm talking about the change of climate. That's self-understandable. For them, it's about economic development. And we also have to understand that for Ukraine, there are also both opportunities and risks. It's great that Ukraine manages Green Deal on the highest political level. Prime Minister Shmyhal is the leader in this agenda in Ukraine, who has a constant dialogue with the Vice President Timerson, who reports to the government of EU for a Green Deal. So there have been contacts like that, and the three topics that were talked about during the meeting. Summaries: energy efficiency, transformation, and hydrogen-based energy. On December 7th, Prime Minister with Mr. Timmermans will be talking for the second time. And aside from the topics that I mentioned already, there will also be discussion about other opportunities related to electromobility, forestation, reforestation, green bonds that we mentioned, and the problems related to that, like carbon border adjustment mechanism, that where countries are taxed to compensate for CO2 emissions. So the reform of eco taxes, the reform of things related to decarbonization are very important. Very nice to say that Ukraine is the first country in the world that has this structured dialogue. Dialogue is not what we're doing right now. It's a mechanism of a discussion among the executives that are working out the working mechanisms and then influence on the EU policy from the businesses. Businesses are encouraged to use the opportunities that government creates. We've been heard, and we have a preliminary promise that this carbon adjustment mechanism can be used individually, including those countries that are within the association agreement. It's a principle stance that they will be maintaining. About the Green Deal, it's an interesting thing related to green recovery mechanism. We all understand what's the situation in the world with the corona crisis. It hit the energy sector. We see that there are problems in the energy market, but EU tries to rebound from the corona crisis by green development. So the green economy grows and the impact on the environment is decreased. So it's de facto the governmental policy of spending. It's a budgetary spending that is aimed at green development. And it's huge money, taxpayers' money in the EU will be spent on energy efficiency, and the program is called the Renovation Wave. Too little of the buildings are being renovated, so they want to have some additional investments in energy efficiency because it's about local infrastructure, local middle and small enterprises. It's lesser bills because the resources are running out, and countries, a lot of those countries are importing them. So it's a very promising program. Unfortunately, because of the corona crisis and because of the problems with the budget, that this year the spending for energy efficiency less than previous year. I hope the MPs will be encouraged to increase the energy efficiency spending. 150 million for warmer loans compared to 400 million last year. It's too little. We need more money because it's great money that people use to reduce their bills. 500 million, which I think will be allocated for energy efficiency fund. It's going to be too little. We need to spend more because of our commitments, so the parliament should increase that spending. We understand that there are some problems with that the energy efficiency fund has not launched properly yet, but in talking about Green Deal, we need to fund that because it's very relevant. I fully support with what the First Deputy said about Directive 27. It's the most recent draft bill that has to be passed in the energy efficiency sphere. And it's been a while since the energy efficiency in buildings has been passed, the proper accumulation and accounting for energy efficiency. So all these draft bills help not only residential energy efficiency, but the industrial as well, and in energy itself as well. So it is an industry that has a lot of untapped potential regarding the smart grids, smart meters, reducing the loss in the grids. There are a lot of things to do here. And as a person who was selecting people into the regulating agency, during the interviews we asked the potential candidates, what do you do as potential members of the regulator? What can you do, like reviewing the investment programs, monopolies? So all these things are untapped, but it's important for subsequent investments in the sector. Also, I need to say issues related to decarbonization foundation. And it's an interesting competition between the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, that deals with the Climate Foundation. All these things are extremely important, and a complex approach is required. So, and money from CO2 have to be an earmarked fund, because you see there's a challenge that the budget allocations should be prioritized. But I would be cautious about reforms that far in between. Everything related to environmental taxes are tied to the MRV system that has been suggested. So 2 or 3 years, our companies will report, so that in years 25, 26, 27, we will have the emissions market. The companies will have quotas and limits for emissions. That's also another opportunity for Ukraine to stick with the Paris Accord, carbon adjustment mechanism. So all of these CO2 taxes in those sectors that don't pay, don't participate in the emissions trading, all the complex of the steps that we're now discussing with Mr. Timmermans, that the Ukraine will not be applied the carbon border adjustment mechanism that will impact our economy, metallurgy, energy production, cement production strongly. So the complex of these things is important. And the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, and other stakeholders are encouraged to look at the reform. It's great that the reform has been communicated in the parliament, and that means that it will come to good things. It's important that they are supported this reform. And also I support the reform of energy efficiency. The energy efficiency, it has to become the green agency. It has to go through not even the rebranding, as Konstantin said, but significant review of the functions. The CO2 and decarbonization should be there. There was an interesting slide about ministries, who's responsible for what. I think if we want to move into the Green Deal, this green energy agency that will build based on the Danish fund or German, or please look into Norway, Innova. There's an innovative mechanism of support, and Norway is not dissimilar to our agency, considering the plans for electric mobility and chargers. So if we want to support the local part for our economy and our companies, so that they don't consume the Chinese or European technologies, but to leave here jobs, to create jobs here, I think this experience is very interesting. Yes, we need the Ukrainian Green Deal. 100% we need it. We need to coordinate our efforts. We need to look into it. We won't be able to move away from this world trend of decarbonization. We see the EU has set forth a goal 2050, followed by Japan, 80% till, instead of 80% till 2050, 100%. Mr. Kerry is the climatic ambassador of the US. I remember we worked in the parliament, and it's the third parliament in the world that ratified Paris Accord. I worked with the Kerry's team, and it's going to be a steamroller all over the world. These climate shifts will be finally taken into our. So the old technologies will be updated, investment opportunities as well. So our ambitions will determine how clean a country, how successful a country will leave for our children and grandchildren. Because now we're still eating the remains of the Soviet heritage. But our children will ask, dear parents, what have you done so that we will have not less opportunities than you? So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I agree that any reform is founded on economic process, and Green Deal is part of the same story. So we draw conclusions of our first session of the forum. We have a 10 minutes Q&A session. And as a moderator, I will ask a couple of questions to our speakers. Questions received through chat. So technical question regarding the opportunity to get the presentations. Yes, I assure you, all of the materials, the presentations, and those speakers who will speak during the second and third session will be published on the website of Energy Efficiency Agency. Now the question to the speakers. Again, several questions in one. First, what specific steps are planned for the next year in the context of European Green Deal and in the energy efficiency sphere in general? It's a general question. And several questions there were about green auctions. When the green auctions will launch in Ukraine? That's more of a question to Madam Buslavets. Thank you. I think you've heard in the presentation most of the answer. And primarily, we need to complete the implementation of the directive on energy efficiency so that in Parliament there's a law on energy efficiency, and all the initiatives that were presented as part of the intersectoral energy efficiency agency will be implemented so that we indeed could see the first results on our way to Green Deal. As for green auctions specifically, I already said that it will largely depend on how quickly certain legal initiatives will be passed that will give us the green light to create this initiative and implement it in reality. So to answer these two questions, let me start from the auctions. I also support everybody's asking when will the auctions will start and what problems do I see. We in the parliament, in the previous parliament, we have passed a bill and it says clearly what the ministry has to do, what the ministry doesn't have to do. So after it's been 2 or 3 years, auctions are not something new for Ukraine anymore. Our bureaucrats have learned to work with it, so we need a law that creates more flexibility for the ministry to change the rules of these auctions. There are many models, feed-in premium, feed-in tariff, and I think the problem to implement the law that was written 3 years ago, I think we have to support the ministry in this, and maybe in the committee we should talk about how these auctions should be organized there. We need them to decrease the green energy price, both for the hydrogen. So if this tariff ends next year and the production cost will be 1 cent or 2, how they will compete with these old coal power stations subsidized by the state will be the situation on the energy market. We'll have to do a lot in green energy. As true of energy efficiency, what I feel from my talks with the Europeans and others, the foundations that were presented today, it all boils down to us, our ambitions, our appetites, our capability to implement it. The money for energy efficiency in the world, there's a lot of money available. And as Konstantin said, our potential is so great. That means that technologies that can be used will give us the incredible economic result. So energy efficiency will always tie to energy resources. Just like now, hydrogen is not yet profitable because gas is cheaper, but in 2030, because of the environmental taxes, because of the climate change, hydrogen, I'm confident, will be equal or even better than gas and other resources, just as well with energy efficiency. A lot will depend on energy economic situation, on the state, what will the state do, how they subsidize these things. So how we will work as parliament, as government, as local administrations, because projects are implemented on the local level. how our companies will go through energy audit, green loans, warm loans. So that will determine our success in this industry. So we have to be ambitious, realistic, and look for additional resources so that we spend more effectively and get through this wall of energy poverty, so to say. Okay, are there any questions from the audience? Please. But please stay within the topic. Energy efficiency and New Green Deal. No other topics at the moment. Question to you, Konstantin. How many warm loans you've issued this year? Because some colleagues tell us that it's harder to get them. As for the statistics on warm credits, 860,000 in 5 years for residential houses and 6,600 for condominiums. This year, 1,600 for condominiums. That's the statistics. All the numbers and figures we will be able to provide a little later because we have the statistics, how much we have for condominiums, how many for private homesteads. Next year, the Prime Minister entrusted us to continue this program. Warm loans should have ended this year. Initially, that was the idea. But our efforts in the Ministry of Energy support, the Prime Minister's support, they continued this program. Next year, there should be 150 million allocated for private homesteads. And the ideology is that there are energy efficiency funds that will cover the condominiums as well. There's a warm loans program that next year will be streamlined for energy efficiency in private households. But the list of these actions is expanded now. We've added such actions as installation of accumulators and batteries for charger stations, for e-cars, and the systems of accumulating electricity for households. Is it true that the situation with warm loans has become worse? I don't have that information. We should say the following. If there are specific examples where warm loans are not being reimbursed or there was a delay for reimbursement, we will comment on that on every case. But when we just hear just criticisms, we always ask to give us a concrete example. Nobody gave us an example. I will support Konstantin. What's the problem, I think? There should be more money. The energy efficiency is very powerful team. They can work with banks. They can facilitate the issuance of money, green loans, warm loans. They can facilitate that. And the economic recession, because the corona crisis is a serious problem. That's why people ask for green loans. But it will only be good for some 5 months. It's only for 5 months left. The money is left. But also don't forget that there are energy efficiency funds. That's what the condominiums have to work with. The Agency on Energy Efficiency continues to work with individual homesteads. Thank you. More questions? Well, that means probably that our speakers managed this goal and gave us a great detailed presentations. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the opportunity for attending the forum. This was just the first session of Energy Independent Ukraine, organized by Energy Efficiency Agency, together with the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. Thank you. We have 5-minute break and then the second panel.
Going on with our energy forum, energy independent regions, how to substitute natural gas, how to attract investment and stimulate business. And in our second session, I'd like to introduce our speakers. That is Victoria Gnatovska, Acting Director General of the Directorate for Energy and Source Efficiency Policy Formation of the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine, Alexander Ryebkin, President of the Ukrainian Hydrogen Council, Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Victoria Pogorelova, the consultant of GIZ project, Alexei Savin, the director of the Department of Ecological Reengineering and Implementation of the projects of the energy storage of Ukrgas Bank, Yulia Rybak, coordinator of Danish-Ukrainian government cooperation in energy, Ukraine-Denmark Energy Center, Georgy Geletucha, head of Bioenergy Association of Ukraine, and also online we'll have Sergei Porovsky, energy efficiency financing and policy expert of the UNIDO project. So, we are beginning, and first I'd like to give the floor from the Ministry of Energy to Victoria Gnatovska, who will tell us about the legislative initiatives in the sphere of energy efficiency and the renewables as the components to provide energy efficiency of the region. So please, Victoria, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. In fact, the Directorate of Energy Efficiency in the Ministry of Energy is responsible for the formation of the policy in the energy efficiency sphere. The Ministry of Energy, under the patronage of Olga Buslovets, together with the State Energy Efficiency Agency and with the whole team during those 7 months, have activated the work about the legislative initiatives and created efficient mechanisms in the energy efficiency and bioenergy in Ukraine. Our aim is to expand the priorities of the policy of energy efficiency, which needs to include not only how it used to be energy efficiency of the buildings, but also it needs to include all of the spheres of economy. This is industry and transport and the budget sphere, and directly the sphere of energy. I would like to show several slides, to show them on the screen. The first slide is the investment potential of Ukraine in energy efficiency and green energy. Just during the last 5 to 6 years, the sphere of energy efficiency and clean energy has extracted 6.7 billion of euro financing in different directions. The necessity of green funding is 70 billion euro up to 2030, according to the estimates of IFC. And I'd like to say that we have launched and improved the mechanisms which activate their market, create the demand, and create new job places and new production of the materials which provide energy-efficient measures. So, as it was already mentioned today, I'd like to tell about the tools and the programs which are offered by the Ministry together with the State Energy Efficiency Agency. The first program is directly warm loans, which this year, according to the initiative of the Ministry of Energy, and were prolonged for 2021. According to the initiative of the Ministry of Energy, and directly this year and next year, they will concern the households. As it was already mentioned, the house cooperative will be funded in the energy-efficient manner with the help of the Energy Efficiency Fund, which was created for that aim, and the warm loans will be directed for the energy efficiency of households and will be expanded for the systems of storage of electrical energy as the use of those storage systems by the households will give an opportunity to manage their own demand and to decrease the expenses for the energy which they consume, thanks to the changes of the schedule of consumption. Secondly, those are smart meters, because it's not enough just to implement the measures on energy efficiency. We need to monitor those issues and to see how much was consumed by this or that household with the help of those measures. As of today, we also have the initiative of the Ministry together with the State Energy Efficiency Agency. They are developing the concept of the new target program, a 5-year program, and this 5-year program includes all of the economy spheres. First of all, that is industry, the budget sphere, the development of ESCO, the infrastructure of charging stations. I'd like to mention that the Ministry is also working on the implementation of the strategy of transport, the development of electrical vehicles, and I will tell about the digitalization of those trends later. The next slide witnesses about the ESCO mechanisms. If warm loans is the support by the state in the budget sphere, that is the budget itself, in our opinion, we need to develop the business itself, which would be interested to invest into the energy-efficient measures. For instance, as of today, for the local and central authorities, we have had 547 ESCO deals, which overall is more than 1.26 billion hryvnia. But as of the leading situation, that is the changes to the legislation about public procurement, this mechanism was blocked for a certain time. The Ministry of Energy has developed a certain law draft, which is registered in the Parliament, 4274, which I do hope very soon will be adopted by the Parliament. They will vote for it. Also, as for the ESCO contracts, there were approximately 15 problems which didn't give the opportunity to work, including the budget sphere. The Ministry initiated, and the MPs initiated, in particular Yuri Kamalchuk, has supported this law draft which solves those 15 issues. Besides that, it expands ESCO mechanisms onto other spheres like heat consumption, centralized water delivery and waste management. And also, as we have the problems with the losses in the grid, this is the distribution of electrical energy and natural gas. Because rather often we can see companies come into the ministries who would like to invest into such infrastructure and to have that return with the help of the investments and the savings. And also one more mechanism of support is the creation of the decarbonization fund. The creation of this fund was presented by the Ministry of Energy and the MPs, and it was supported and registered in the Parliament. This is the law draft 4346 and 4347. I'd like to express my gratitude to Yulia Rybak, who is here. She's the representative of the Ukrainian-Danish Center, because they just took the model of Denmark as an example to create such fund and to use the CO2 tax as the target tax. So the enterprises which pay most and pollute the atmosphere most of all, they will have such a support most of all. As for now, we consider 7 directions which have energy efficient, environmental and social effect, and which we should allocate money for. Those are projects on eco-modernization of enterprises, including generating enterprises, the modernization of heat grids, water channels, and also the street lighting, the cheapening of the utilization of wastes, electrobuses, because today the cities are purchasing, well, not that environmental friendly transport. And also the stimulation of the use of private electrical vehicles, traditional types of fuel in the budget sphere, and others. I'd like to say What are the advantages of the creation of such fund? It is created not as a separate legal entity, it is created as a separate article in the budget, and it will be initiated and monitored and implemented by the created and existing institutions. We wouldn't need more time to create such fund. Besides that, the projects of the drafts, which told us about the mechanism and implemented the mechanism of its work, of use of such money, is already developed with the help of the Ukrainian-Danish Center as well. And next year, in fact, such a fund can function after the law is adopted and after the certain decrees of the Cabinet of Ministers are adopted as well. Olga Anatolievna has already mentioned above that we need to focus upon not only upon the energy efficiency of the buildings, and it is obvious because we are speaking about the sectoral energy efficiency, but also we should pay our attention to the energy efficiency during the distribution of the electrical energy. As of today, the technological losses are more than 16 or 17 billion kilowatt hours, that is 11 to 12% out of the generated electrical energy. In comparison, such a level of losses is 1.5 times higher than the average European level and 2.5 times higher than the developed countries. So what do we plan to do as the ministry? Now we are developing the concept of the smart grids with the support of the World Bank. I do hope that during 2 months, that is in January, this concept will be finalized as the policy of the grid development in the operator of the distribution system should have, I would say, a standard character. So, to overcome such negative phenomena, we'll implement the smart accounting and automation of the distribution grids and the whole high-scale digitalization, the transition to the concept of continuous electrical delivery or with minimal breaks, the integration of the renewables, the integration of the storage systems in the energy system, and also the integration of the electrical charging stations. Besides the legislative initiatives which concern energy efficiency and certain programs, I'd like to focus our attention on the law drafts on bioenergy. All of us know that Ukraine is an agrarian country, and in fact, what's left after the production of the agrarian products, it's not used that much. It can be defined by one more strategic trend to reduce the energy dependence of the communities, because this is the second place after oil and oil products. So which law drafts are already developed and worked upon? This is the law draft on the development of the transparent and competitive market of the hard biofuels. It creates the stock market of the biofuel, in fact. The law draft on the use of the liquid biofuel in transport. The law draft on the stimulation of the energy-efficient plants growing. The improvement of the conditions and depriving of the obstacles for those bioplants. The law draft, which is being developed by the working group in the ministry, is about the development of the market of biomethane and the tax discounts for the CO2 emissions. And also we can see the successful cases of the implementation of bioproducts. One of them is the heat station with a capacity of 45 megawatt and 15 megawatt of the hard fuel at Kamenets-Podilsky. So this station provides heat and hot water for 25,000 residents, 3 kindergartens and 5 schools, which is almost 60% of the needs in the heat of the city. One more is the boiler room with the hard biofuel with a capacity of 10 megawatt in Slavutich of Kiev region, and also the boiler with the capacity of 10.5 megawatt in Dnipro city. I'd like to say that here we have the representatives of Clear Energy, who also have nice projects and will tell about them later in more details. The perspectives of the use of hydrogen. This year, the European Union has adopted the hydrogen strategy for the climate-neutral Europe up till 2050, which in particular defined Ukraine as a priority partner, thanks to the potential of the green hydrogen production and the infrastructure connected to the EU. I'd like to say that as of today, the State Energy Efficiency Agency and the Ministry of Energy are developing and ordered the roadmap of hydrogen energy in Ukraine. The next step is the creation of the strategy, that is the concept of the development of hydrogen energy in Ukraine, which will mention the main tasks of the development of this branch. What we should do? We should update and review the legislation, we should analyze it, what needs to be changed, the introduction of the pilot projects, the implementation of the security provisions for the processes of hydrogen manufacturing, and also separately I'd like to drive your attention to the topic which was never mentioned today. This is the system of energy storage. Which capacities we need for that? Altogether, capacity is 1,500 megawatt. Which obstacles exist for today? Those are of the legislation. The legislation of Ukraine do not consider the provisions which define the status of the operator of storage of energy as a separate market participant. We don't have the proper rights and obligations of such a participants. We don't know the subjects who can use the main products of this service. So the participants in the balancing market and the market of the auxiliary services. As of today, we have the law draft 2582, which has also been developed by the ministry, which introduces such a notion and gives us an opportunity to take part in the certain segment markets, and provides the rights and obligations of such operators of storage systems and certain conditions for the distribution and operators, and introduces the Directive 944. And also I'd like to say about one more initiative of the Ministry together with the State Energy Efficiency Agency. This is the net energy metering. Net energy metering is the mechanism to incentivize the production and consumption of the electrical energy from the renewables. This mechanism is rather a working instrument which wants to attract the investments of the smaller consumers of the electrical energy, the technology of the use of the renewables. This mechanisms of the accounts for the electrical energy, which allows to consume the renewables and to use all the energy during the next calculating period, not while it's generated. So if there is a certain consumer which produces 100% of the renewables, but does not use all of the 100 but only 50%, then he's giving 50% to the grid and takes them as soon as he needs them. As of today, the Ministry, together with the State Energy Efficiency Agency, has created the working group which has developed certain mechanisms of the interaction of such tool. Those are the digital initiatives of the energy efficiency sphere. Recently, we have created the new position. We have the Deputy Minister on Digital Transformation, and we are updating and reviewing the State Energy Efficiency Agency in the services sphere which they are providing, and also the tools which are offered by the ministry to be developed today. Everybody knows that there are warm loans, but nobody knows which effect they are providing, besides the measures which we have for now. So we are offering to create a monitoring system of the efficiency of warm loans use. That is in fact the certain platform which will be open at the website of the State Energy Efficiency Agency or Ministry site. The creation of the map of the favorable and automobile vehicle charging stations installation. This is the initiative to create electrical vehicles. The creation of the system of the monitoring of the network of our charging stations. The creation of the monitoring of the funds for the fund of decarbonization. In fact, this is the initiative to provide the documents automatically, including for it to be possible to show which company took money for the energy efficiency, how much was used, and which effect was gained, for this mechanism to be transparent enough. Thank you for your attention. Miss Victoria, thank you so much for such an interesting and full of science presentation which covered all of the spheres, in fact, including the hydrogen technology, which will be soon mentioned by Mr. Alexander Repkin. I'd like to emphasize just that the Ukrainian-Danish Center is working in Ukraine for more than 5 years and systematically helping both the Ministry and the State Energy Efficiency Agency to implement those legislation initiatives and introduce the reform. I'd like to also make you aware that now we have a representative of the EU in touch with us, so we can now listen to Chloe Aleo, the representative of the EU delegation, with the introduction speech and the greeting speech.
Thank you very much, and I hope now the connection is going to work. Actually, what I wanted to say in the first panel is very much relevant for this one on energy efficiency. So, as you know, it was mentioned by Alex Rapshin in the previous panel. We're working together with Ukraine on the Green Deal. The European Commission has launched the EU Green Deal last year, and we welcome Ukraine's interest in cooperation on this topic. This will start with a focused dialogue between the Prime Minister and our Vice President Timmermans in December. And for the EU, it's very much about pushing for a new growth strategy, aiming at climate neutrality, boosting innovation and transport, infrastructure, healthier jobs and cleaner cities and better quality of life for citizens. And of course, clean energy and energy efficiency are central topics in this regard. And Ukraine has done good progress in several areas in the energy sector. Starting with gas, we have seen good progress with the independent gas transmission operator that has been set up, and the market has been open to a large extent. In compliance with EU rules and best practices that are governing this gas sector are facilitating a stronger integration with the EU gas market. Then energy efficiency, Ukraine has been successful in making the first steps towards energy efficiency in the buildings, which is key for reaching the energy independence. And EU has helped Ukraine to adopt a solid legal framework, as you know, on energy efficiency, to set up the energy efficiency fund that was mentioned already, and to finance its activities. But this fund has to be seen as part of a larger reform, and it is now showing the first tangible results. I'm pleased to see that the Ukrainian residents in homeowners associations now take responsibility for their dwellings and take up renovation. And we have now seen more than 250 applications of homeowner associations representing more than 22,000 households that have applied for a grant for the funds. And we know that these figures of applications are increasing every week. Let me, however, remind that it's very important that the Energy Efficiency Fund receives stable and regular financing, including from the Ukrainian state budget, to keep the beneficiary fully engaged. In terms of energy reform, I also wanted to flag the area of renewables. Because given the very rich resources, Ukraine energy market is very attractive for investments in the segment of renewables and the hydrogen production and development of alternative fuel. The production, the transmission and storage of hydrogen has a big potential that was already mentioned before. However, coming back to the electricity market renewables, we know that there are still a number of problems, and the roots of the current crisis come from structural problems such as market concentration, lack of competition, and below-cost prices and tariffs, and the attempts of some decision makers to find a quick solution to the worsening financial situations in the energy sector at the expense of renewables energy producer is not sustainable. The signature of the memorandum of understanding with part of the investors in renewable and the adoption of the law 810 in July is an important achievement, but it's very key now to ensure proper implementation of this legislation, including timely settlements with the producers of electricity from renewables. From the EU side, we support the move to a more sustainable system of support with competitive auctions that was discussed in the first panel. However, we also think that the investments really need to be protected, and further retroactive changes need to be avoided. In terms of supporting investment climate, it's very important to have a solid legal framework for the whole energy sector, because businesses need a solid legal framework where they can operate, and all the more because there is potential for development of new businesses in the areas of renewables, but also very much in the area of energy efficiency. And we know that the Energy Efficiency Fund has created new jobs opportunity, for instance, energy auditors and so on that are working with the fund. Finally, and it's also relevant for this panel, I wanted to mention the role of the energy independent municipalities, the ROMADAS. The topic of the forum refers to energy independent regions in Ukraine, but we would like to underline that it's very important to speak about energy independent municipalities because they have an advanced role to play, in particular regarding securing and ensuring cost-effective supply of heating and hot water with district heating. In Ukraine, municipalities must seriously improve energy planning and management. The EU is providing support for that through the Covenant of Mayors initiative, and it now includes 250 Ukrainian cities with more than 50% of Ukrainian population. The municipalities in Ukraine are also those that enhance energy efficiency in public buildings. As you know, a loan agreement of 300 million euro was signed with the European Investment Bank that will enable the Ukrainian municipalities to take a loan from the bank for energy efficiency investments. And the municipalities will make savings and redirect the saved money to other key areas such as education and healthcare. So before I conclude, I also wanted to inform you of ongoing programs on the EU side that are falling under the Green Deal area. we are about to launch a new 10 million euros program that is called Climate Package for Sustainable Economy. This is the first one that is fully dedicated to supporting Green Deal with Ukraine. It is focusing on areas where very strong actions can lead to big impacts, including small-scale renewable energy, new climate policies, greening of transport, and circular economy. And we are working with all the different ministries in this regard. It's also planning to create a climate resource center, which will be an expertise hub to assist the development of climate-friendly policies and projects and studies. And the final project, we are now in terms of supporting legislation in the area of energy efficiency, renewables. We will launch a technical assistance project, which is called Starter, that will start on the 1st of December, and that will help and enhance the regulatory policy dialogue as well. So to conclude, I'd like to say that the EU is committed to work further with Ukraine to increase its energy independence, its energy security, and that we stand ready to support Ukraine in its efforts to ensure balance between cost efficiency and investment protection in the energy sector, to support and assist Ukraine in its Green Deal endeavors, and to make out of its Ukrainian growth strategy in a number of areas, because this will contribute to enhance the Ukrainian economy and to help reduce the impact of the COVID crisis, with you to speed up the post-COVID crisis recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Khloya. Окрема подяка представництву.
Thank you for the EU representation in Ukraine, for helping Ukraine to implement European law. Now, we are a little bit behind schedule, and I would like to pass the floor to Alexander Rabkin, founder and one of the ideologists of the civil society organization Hydrogen Council. He is going to tell us about hydrogen energy in Ukraine, and it's thanks to Ukrainian Hydrogen Council, Ukraine has a chance to be trendy in this area and keep in touch with the relevant topics in the world, be among countries that implement the most novel technologies. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to start my presentation from the get-go because we are a little bit behind schedule. I don't want to take much time from the subsequent speakers. Let's launch the presentation now. Can I see it on the screen? So while we're waiting, I'd like to tell you that this presentation focuses on several core ideas. Most importantly is to say what's happening in the world right now and in our neighboring countries, the EU countries, and then talk about how this whole technology will move to Ukraine. I'll start, and as soon as presentation launches, we'll see it. So you have to understand that right now, because of the crisis that was caused by the pandemic, people are looking for technologies and ways to reboot the economy of Ukraine that suffered a lot as other economies from the pandemic. And let me go to the slide where we talk about hydrogen technologies and how they are implemented and what's happening in general in this area. So this is what we see. The first mention of hydrogen technologies was back in 2017. And it's the first step, a strategic step taken in the world. Japan was among those countries, and even now they keep amending their strategy to 2050. It's not 18, but 100% of their industry will be hydrogen-based. Followed by France was the first draft of the national strategy, which they started to design and scrutinize this issue. Then there was the South Korea strategy. It was one of the most ambitious, and they plan until 2030 to have about 1 million cars that use hydrogen instead of fossil fuels. And they will relaunch their car manufacturing industry and a lot of related industries that all together provide new technologies, new equipment that has to be used for production of these cars and transport vehicles. Then I'll have to focus on 2020, where we're still finding ourselves. It was very difficult for us all to work in the pandemic, but we had a historical event on the 8th of July 2020. EU has presented its own hydrogen strategy. Mr. Timmermans presented it, and speakers referred to him several times today. We are looking forward to his telephone call with the Prime Minister of Ukraine. One of the issues, as you probably heard, is hydrogen technology. So what was presented, basically, back in July this year? First of all, a number of initiatives. One of them is called 2x40 Hydrogen Electrolyze Initiatives. Why I mentioned this document? Well, it's thanks to two factors. First of all, it's the founding document for EU Green Deal. It includes the strategy and the vision of EU countries to create their own innovative energy resource to help the consumers in EU economy. And also this document mentions Ukraine. And thanks to those designs and researches that was done by Institute of Renewable Energy and our association and the Institute of the Future, Ukraine was in the focus of that work. 10 gigawatts of production capacities were allocated that can be built till 2030 with the use of renewable sources. Next year, you see a number of countries joining this hydrogen strategy, and we see that it's not just some hype and trendy thing, it's the reality, and it's the closest perspective of the energy community development. So the strategies, you see some examples, how much money is allocated by the governments who adapt the strategy and approve it. One of the most ambitious backers was Germany and France, and also Spain. They allocate 7 to 8 billion euro to implement projects related to hydrogen technologies, followed by Portugal, Austria, and Italy. In general, funding the new technologies will go through multipliers and, of course, show you how new jobs are going to be created, how existing jobs will be requalified and retrained. I'm talking about traditionally coal mining regions, and we've seen many examples of such work in Germany where we were signing the memorandum on new energy partnership between Ukraine and Germany. Next, we would like to focus on some recommendations designed by our association together with the EU Hydrogen Association. Well, the key factors there are development of strategy in Ukraine that would comply with all the norms of European strategy, because we don't have to invent a new wheel. We have to analyze the existing programs right now in the European countries and agree what funding will be allocated. And one of the most important areas for our work is standardization and certification of hydrogen technologies, equipment, everything that has to do with hydrogen, so we are on the same page with EU countries. What we would like to focus on when we talk about Ukrainian hydrogen strategy. So we have to say that we're not on the zero spot. It's not square one. We've done quite a lot of work to collect the necessary data. We've conducted serious dialogues with key stakeholders who want to drive the hydrogen technologies forward and who are ready to view Ukraine as a transporter of hydrogen to EU using our gas pipelines. We are in systemic dialogue with the gas pipeline operator in Ukraine. And it's also using our river potential where hydrogen can be shipped by water transport and vessels as part of the European programs like Blue Danube. It's using the opportunity, the capacity of our maritime ports, working with the leading Japanese companies that now have a completely different technology of transporting hydrogen. Which is super safe for transport, which doesn't require any additional energy spending, and most importantly, without compression or liquidization. So they use the certain absorbent and can transport hydrogen in liquid form, but not under pressure, and completely safe. So these technologies are now are there already, and that's what we're talking about. And of course, we need to move forward quickly, and all those dialogues that I mentioned are a sign that Europeans are expecting from us our Ukrainian hydrogen strategy no later than summer next year, June, July next year, because then we'll be able to join all the programs that are now launching in the EU countries. I would like to separately comment on this slide. It's thanks to this work, Ukraine has now emerged on the map of our hydrogen partners in the EU. So this is a calculation, a rough potential of renewables in each region, with the possibility of conversion to them or adaptation of these capabilities to produce hydrogen by means of electrolysis. So together with the Institute of Future, we did these calculations. We calculated with all the capacities and capabilities in our regions. That is quite spot on with our conference topic. Each region can find themselves and see what renewable source is the most relevant in that particular region, and start develop their regional strategy of building such projects. And the next slide, I'll comment on it a little bit, that we translated this whole potential of renewable energy sources for green hydrogen, for internal consumption or exports. So all of these numbers are translated or recalculated in the hydrogen potential. So we see the potential is quite high in Odessa, in Zaporizhia region, in Kherson region, and I think in Nikolaev and the whole central Ukraine can also join this effort. But by building and understanding and developing these projects, you have to understand that they have three main constituent parts. First, ability to build from renewable energy sources. Secondly, you have to be able to transport it. So we have to account for all the logistics. And thirdly, availability of water, because water in the process plays a key role as a source of hydrogen. So let's focus on separate numbers so that you understand what our neighbors are doing in this regard. So we say here that right now, till 2024, the plan is to build 6 gigawatts of production capacity on hydrogen, then 40 gigawatts, those mentioned in the document that I talked about earlier. And hydrogen production, hydrogen consumption will increase with each year, and EU ambitions and Timmermans' ambition is to have hydrogen as the new currency for energy payments. Thank you, Alexander. Well, we all know that hydrogen is the technology of the future, but from your presentation, it becomes clear how extremely important it is for us. And I'm sure with your systemic approach, we will reach the level of much more strategic cooperation. Thanks to you as well, Ukraine will become the platform and hydrogen production country. So, going to our next point of the agenda, I would like to encourage our speakers to be laconic and concise, because again, we are a little bit behind our schedule. I am counting on your professionalism that you can stick to 5 minutes time limit. We'll hear now the GIZ advisor. GIZ, we know that it's a strategic partner. An acting director of the Energy Efficiency Fund says that GIZ are our strategically important partners because they've been helping us for quite a while, including our help in energy efficiency, drafting laws. So online, Victoria Pakhorelova will join us. Makrina Vashinkina was not able to participate because she was unwell. Please get better. Victoria, you have the floor. Good afternoon, dear participants and attendees. I have these sound problems. You okay? So once again, good afternoon. I'm Deputy Director of GIZ project on promoting energy efficiency and implementation of EU directive on Plena Vashinkina could not have attended our today's forum, but she entrusted me to pass you her congratulations to all the attendees and to wish you fruition of all those plans that you are now discussing and achievement of your goals. Indeed, GIZ has supported Ukraine on behalf of the German government since 1993. They've been doing that. GIZ works in Ukraine on behalf of four agencies: EU government and the government of Switzerland. Now, the highest priority for the Ukrainian-German cooperation is effective governance, energy efficiency, and sustainable economic growth. You see that my presentation is called Energy Efficiency Sector for Climate Protection, GIZ Ukraine. With the huge number of projects that GIZ does in Ukraine, the energy efficiency sector, so those projects that are being implemented in Ukraine are given the highest priority, and they are all united into energy efficiency sector. On this slide, you can see all the projects that are implemented nowadays in energy efficiency in Ukraine. Then I will touch upon them somewhat. The presentation will be anyway made available to everyone, and you'll be able to see more details about the GIZ being active in energy efficiency in Ukraine and maybe find a place of support in German government. When you see that energy efficiency are aimed at the public sector and the public sector and private sector. So all these projects are initiated by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and Federal Ministry of Environment. Ministry of Environment, Nature and Nuclear Safety. The beneficiaries in Ukrainian government is Ministry of Regional Development, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Economy. And it's rightfully so, because the previous speakers just drew the parallel. Why, when those ministries implement energy efficiency projects, those are the ministries that deal with this topic. So this slide you see projects and their target audience that are aimed at the projects initiated by the Ministry of Economic Development and Cooperation of Germany. So this is the project of promoting energy efficiency and implementation of EU directive about energy efficiency in Ukraine, and I have the honor of representing them. That started this year. The target audience are policymakers, local communities, higher education institutions, and professional education institutions. Why is why the target audience so wide? Because the project is aimed to implement Article 5 and 8, to create a legal platform and to build the energy efficiency policy, and also practical steps to implement the model role of the state in implementing energy efficiency in the buildings that the central authorities possess.
During the implementation of the project, we are all dreaming for the train with the money to stop at our station or at our city council. But in fact, we've got lots of things to do to attract money. And the previous speakers have mentioned that today Ukraine has enough of the money and sources to attract funding in the implementation of energy efficient projects. But not all of the legislative substantiation is already adopted, and the huge component is the component of the professional qualification. So the project of the promotion of energy efficiency and the implementation of the EU directive on energy efficiency is supporting this component. Some of the training materials for the experts, the creation of energy innovation hubs. For these new approaches to be founded in the higher education, professional technical education, and for us to have the proper experts who will introduce energy efficiency measures. The consultation of the enterprises about energy efficiency. Here we have the training for the suppliers of energy services and also pilot measures for industry and stimulating programs. This project is almost over, but GIZ is always open for the popularization of all of the achievements of the project. So other representatives of the industry can use those achievements. The next pool of the projects are the projects which have been implemented by the Federal Environmental Agency of Germany. You can see that the target group is the housing sector, two bigger projects which are created for the sector of the production and consumption of heat energy, in particular the project of the supportive fund of energy efficiency and environmental reforms. We are speaking here about the investment of the German government, about the know-how to provide the technical office in the Fund of Energy Efficiency. Germany has a huge experience of introduction of energy efficiency measures in the housing sector, so they are ready to share their knowledge for the Fund of Energy Efficiency and their technical component to work, and for us to have the proper use of all of the financial resources which we are ready to be provided by the Energy Efficiency Fund. The next point and project connected with that is the energy efficient district of Lviv city. We are speaking about the thermo-modernization of the housing micro-district in the comprehensive way, both of the production of energy and consumption of the heat energy by the end consumers of the multi-apartment buildings. This is the district of Sikhiv in Lviv. This is the usual district with usual Ukrainians living in it. But what's interesting about it? That will combine different co-funding there, different programs of international technical assistance. For us to have such an example of energy-efficient district in the city, where we have created the deeper thermo-modernization. I can see that after the break, we have the representatives of Zhytomyr and Ternopil region councils appearing, and they will definitely share their own steps. They are going ahead of some of the other cities of Ukraine as for the comprehensive approach to implement energy efficient measures, because we can dream about a transition onto the next level of energy sources. But we will decrease the consumption in our industry, in our residence sector, in our transport. So 2 more projects which are created for the industry is the support of the trade scheme of the greenhouse gas emissions and the best accessible technologies and management methodologies for Ukraine. That is concerning that our hydrogen strategy should be working properly, and for you and us to have practical steps to implement them. Here, I'm just looking through the presentation of each of the projects, and you will be able to get acquainted with them in more details when you take this presentation with the plans of the projects which have been just launched and with the achievements of the projects which are already finalizing. And I do invite all of you to our webpage in Facebook, where you will be able to have relevant information about all of the projects which are implemented by GIZ today in the sector of energy efficiency in Ukraine, the information about the materials of the projects which are acting now, and the announcements about the projects which are now launched in the cooperation with the government of Germany and Ukraine. As I said, this partnership is ongoing since 1993. Germany is a reliable partner of Ukraine. That is why we invite all of you to visit our webpage in Facebook and the page of our cluster online for the cooperation, for the reimplementation of our common measures on the issues of energy efficiency and implementation of energy efficient measures. Ms. Victoria, thank you so much. We heard you, and I want to thank GIZ for the systematic support in Ukraine in the sphere of energy efficiency. We are going on now. We are coming closer to the financial issue, which is rather important. And in this direction, we have the strategic partner, that is Ukrgaz Bank, which is in fact, since the launching of the warm loans, it took part in that, and it's one of the leaders as for the funding of the green energy project. So please, Alexei Savin, the director of the Environmental Reengineering Department, will tell us. If you may, please try to be very short because we are out of time. Thank you. Yes, hello everyone. I thank you for the invitation to this event, as today we will be discussing a rather big amount of great and complicated issues. Lots of people have already told about the energy efficiency projects, and we'll tell more about that later, but Ukrgazbank can tell you where to take money for those projects. So, we are the best among the Ukrainian banks which understand these projects, because together with the International Financial Corporation we created the technical office, where we have professional engineers working with energy and energy efficiency, the environmentalists who try to consider the projects, and during the last 5 years, almost 5 years, we've considered more than 500 bigger projects, the bigger share of which is energy efficiency projects. That's approximately 350 projects, without even considering a big amount of 2,000s of other projects and dozens of thousands of projects of energy efficiency for households. Thanks to the implementation of these projects, we managed to decrease the emissions for 1,400,000 tons of CO2. So why does Ukrgazbank pay lots of attention into the decrease of the CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions and NOx? Because our lungs are suffering not only because of COVID, but also because of the lungs diseases which emerge because of those emissions. For instance, the American researchers witnessed that on the territory where we had the big amount of pollution of air, the number of lethal cases of COVID increases for 15%, and Ukraine takes the 4th place on pollution among all the European countries. If we look at all of our projects, we can see, well, it's rather pleasant to see, that more than 3.5 billion is the replacement of automobile transport onto more environmental friendly, the ones which decrease the CO2 emissions. For instance, for the SMEs and corporate business, this is the replacement of the rural and agrarian tractors and harvesters. For other enterprises, the replacement of the transport for Euro 6 systems, and a big amount of those projects are the communal and municipal projects. That is the replacement of the automobile parks, rolling stocks and trolleybuses, trams, for the newer and energy-efficient transport. Still, we can see that a big amount among our projects are the energy and modernization. Those are the projects which modernize the buildings, bringing them to the class of B or C of energy efficiency, or the complex projects, not only window replacement or winterization, they also install additional measures on automatic system of energy management and others. Just in a week, Ukraine will live through the winter, and we are not only getting ready for the payment bills, but also for 2021. And in 2021, Ukrgazbank can see lots of new and perspective directions for loaning, in spite and besides the traditional, which we have already been mentioning. For instance, the cogeneration installations, where we'll produce heat and electrical energy simultaneously, which would allow both for the business and the municipalities to become a bit more independent and to decrease the load onto the grid. And if we speak about the energy efficiency, it should be systematic, as we cannot just replace a wall or replace 10 street lights onto LED lights. It should be comprehensive throughout the municipality or the whole enterprise, and for that it's highly desirable to implement the system of energy management and to get the certificate ISO 50001. We're also giving loans for these projects, and I will tell in more details about them later. On energy efficiency, and also I'd like to drive your attention to the fact that now we have a very obvious speed up of the installation of the solar panels for the personal use, not to get the profit, but just to decrease the purchase of the electrical energy from the electrical grid, and installation of the storages, which will begin since 2021 as we plan, because it will give the enterprises the opportunity to be more, well, how would I phrase it? To be more stable and to provide continuous work. I'll drive your attention. We do hope that in 2021 we'll begin to increase the environmental checks number, that is, will lead to the necessity to replace the systems of the water cleansing, the filtering of the wastes and emissions into the atmosphere, so will help in the funding of those projects as well. The systems of waste management, of course, we also pay attention to that, both the storage and transportation and utilization of the waste. That is the replacement for the electrical vehicles, and also the transition from the fuel and fossil fuels for the NPG, liquefied gas. And also, as for the charging stations, I think Sergei Borovsky will tell more about that, because it's a common project of the UNID organization. In Ukraine, for instance, in 2020, the biggest number of the energy efficiency projects among SMEs were implemented with the State Support Program 579 and also the support program for the cooperatives and households. This program offers more interesting conditions when you don't have your own investment, and if the enterprises are planning to create or have already created the projects on modernization and the certificate ISO 50001. As for the transport, we've already mentioned that we plan the replacement of the transport in all the possible spheres, both in the business and the communal sectors, among the municipality and population. This is the transition to the electric vehicles, the hybrid transport, liquefied gas, as it was already mentioned by Mr. Repkin. Maybe not next year, but in a year we'll get the hydrogen transport. And this is the information about the waste management. I'll try to shorten my speech. And again, I'd like to mention that Ukrtransbank doesn't only fund the energy efficiency projects, but it shows with its own example how it works. For instance, we have replaced LED lighting, we created LED moving sensors and the automatic systems of conditioning systems, the automatic systems of computer equipment management, and thanks to that, in 2 years, we achieved the electrical energy savings for 40%, which is a substantial indicator, so we do invite you as well. Those are the examples of the energy efficiency. I won't dwell upon them. If you have the wish, you can look through the presentation, so we do invite you for the cooperation. Thank you. Yes, Alexei, thank you so much for being so short, because I do remind our viewers that you will be able to get acquainted with the presentations at the website of the State Energy Efficiency Agency. I'd like to wish cooperation with the Ukrgazbank and to create maybe some rebranding of the Green Bank, because Ukrgazbank is in the trend, I guess. Yes, we're expecting for that. We're expecting for the further cooperation with all of you. Okay, let's move on. We're moving on with our forum, online forum. And now we give the floor to Yulia Rybak, coordinator of Danish-Ukrainian Government Cooperation in Energy, Ukraine-Denmark Energy Center, who will tell us about the cooperation. I'd like to emphasize that Danish-Ukrainian Energy Center is already working in Ukraine for more than 5 years and is really helping energy efficiency sphere and the Ministry of Energy to implement the projects on energy efficiency and clean energy sources. Yulia, please, the floor is yours. Could you show my presentation? Yes, sure. Thank you. So, hello, dear colleagues and viewers, dear experts and friends. I'm really happy to welcome you, first of all. I'd like to show our experience of the Ukrainian-Denmark Energy Center and government cooperation. We're really working for 5 years in a powerful way with the Ministry of Energy, the State Energy Efficiency Agency, but still, the issue number one, why Denmark is so interesting for Ukraine in the decarbonization way of economy? First of all, Denmark is one of the leading countries of the use of the renewables, and also the leader on the development of the innovative energy technologies. That is why I consider that the experience of Denmark will inspire us, motivate us to achieve the most ambitious aims of the green transition, which is really, as it was mentioned above by lots of esteemed speakers, and we are joining within the Green Deal, the decarbonization deal, and I consider that Ukrainian-Danish cooperation will help us on the way to our ambitious goals. At this slide, we have presented the energy strategy of Denmark. As you can see, in 2030, Denmark will have 100% of the electricity consumption with the renewables, and in 2050, but I think that it will even happen earlier, much earlier, Denmark will be independent of fossil fuels. However, the government of this leading and innovative country does not stop on the achieved, and last year they've appointed even more ambitious aims to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions for 70% up to 2030. And to achieve this ambitious goal, they have developed the actions plan as for the Climate Act and their energy and climate outlook, which is mentioned at this slide. Well, we already understand that Denmark forms the energy policy through the lens of the climate change. That is why the Danish government is sure that the transition for 100% into the renewables is not just possible, but significantly and incredibly important. Among the ambitious plans of Denmark, they've planned the full sales of all of the fuel engine vehicles up till 2030. They won't use coal, they'll support biomass, biogas, and of course the implementation of the hydrogen energy. By the way, Denmark can be the center of the production of green hydrogen, because closer to Copenhagen they are creating a very powerful capacity on the production of green hydrogen, which is based upon the offshore wind parks. The next slide. At this slide, I would like to separate some main elements of the Danish energy policy, which could also be stimulating for us. First of all is, of course, the political will, and also the long-term energy policy, which would foresee acting tools and mechanisms for the implementation of ambitious goals and strategies. The constant dialogue with the stakeholders, favorable investment climate, and sustainable and stable legislation environment for the implementation of green energy projects, the efficient state regulation, and also getting rid of the main obstacles for the development of the renewables. And here I'd like to mention that the incentives were rather diverse. First of all, that was the launching of the initiative to create wind generations and cooperatives, the guarantees connections to the grid, fixed tariffs, subsidies for the biomass use, and a multitude of other stimulus and incentives. A very efficient mechanism was the taxing for the fossil fuels and reimbursement of the CO2 tax. We will dwell upon that later, because our initiative has been already initiated in the Decarbonization Fund, but still I will show the main messages of ours as well. And also, a very important point is the innovative technological solutions and know-hows. What's incredibly important is the state funding and support of the scientific technical developments in the sphere of the renewables at the level of 135 million euro a year. As for Ukrainian-Denmark government cooperation, well, altogether it's really pleasant to hear from our main important partners that we are powerfully working. As for now, we are implementing the second phase of the project. I wouldn't like to dwell upon our achievements, because we have already, such an experience. that it's compulsory to take part in the forums of the State Energy Efficiency Agency and to present our initiatives and the outcomes of our work. So the main and the very interesting will be for all of you to get to know that we have begun the development of the first edition of Energy Outlook for the period up to 2050, which will emphasize the long-term energy perspectives of the green transition of the country and will give an opportunity to test the main policies and the consequences of its implementations in the future. This forecast will allow to choose the most cost-efficient measures to achieve our ambitious goals of the low carbon emission development. At this slide you can see all of the strategic papers and documents which are now being developed by the Ministry of Energy and also by NDC, the second edition, which is done by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and we'll add the strategy of energy security, which we are already beginning to develop. Me myself and the Ministry of Energy. At this slide, you can see a very powerful initiative of the use of CO2 tax for their energy efficiency within the Ukraine-Danish cooperation by the team of the Danish and local experts, in particular the Danish Energy Agency, State Energy Efficiency Agency, the Ministry of Energy, which adjusted the scheme of voluntary agreements, which was a very powerful mechanism to incentivize the enterprises for the energy efficiency measures and to decrease the CO2 emission. It is proved that the increase of the tax rates, CO2 tax rates, and the provision of the state support as the subsidies has become an incentive for the enterprises to implement energy efficiency measures and the projects of the renewables. That is why we have offered for the Ministry of Energy and the State Energy Efficiency Agency to form the funds of decarbonizations as a separate line provision for the expenses of the state budget, as Victoria Agnatovska has mentioned and Olga Buslovets, without creating a separate legal entity. As for the administering of this fund, there should be a State Energy Efficiency Agency to be responsible, and I'd like to mention that within our project we are continuing to help the State Energy Efficiency Agency in the trainings and workshops. We are working with the enterprises, we are developing some of the schemes like how we should involve the financial resource and how we should choose the most efficient projects on energy efficiency and the decrease of the CO2 emission. At this slide you can see in fact the projects themselves which we are offering to be funded at the expense of the decarbonization fund, as Victoria has mentioned, and I would like to drive your attention to the fact that those are the projects which aim for the decrease of CO2 and greenhouse gas emission and also energy efficiency. So the priority is the efficiency of the enterprises and generating enterprises projects and also the heat grids and the waste management, electrobuses for the public transport, and so on. At this slide, you can see the example of the work of Decarbonization Fund, the case of energy-efficient modernization of the enterprises, that is the replacement of the boiler. We are focused not only upon the long-term energy planning and energy efficiency, the decrease of greenhouse gas emissions, but also we are working with the municipalities as for the creation of the favorable conditions, as for the modernization of the system of heat supply, together with the program of Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance, which is aiming for the funding of the biggest non-profit projects of green energy and energy efficiency. We have chosen the city of Khmelnytsky as the pilot project We, that is the State Energy Efficiency Agency, together with the Denmark Energy Agency, we've conducted the contest, the competition. We provided the indicators of the choice of the projects, that is the high consumption of the heat energy. We have created the heat grid with the consumptions. There was the interest of the local self-government to the system of the heat supply, and also the reputational criteria. And I'd like to say that we are really happy to present the well-developed terms of reference and technical economic substantiation for the modernization of the centralized heating system. In these terms of reference, we've calculated all of the developments for the heat supply in Khmelnytsky city. We've analyzed the biggest 5 projects of modernization, and I'd like to say that altogether the price of this project, investment price, is 44.1 million euro. The payback period is approximately 14 years. Well, it's obvious that to attract a financial resource for the city is not that simple. It's not that easy considering the payback term and other indicators. So we are considering our work, that is the support and the development of the terms of reference, as the substantiation or the base for the dialogue with the financial institutions. In our case, that is Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance as a program, which we do hope will be able to support this project, and we will achieve in the next year the announcement that the main projects on the modernization of the system of heat supply are already launched, and Khmelnytsky city rather soon will get the updated, modernized, energy-efficient system. I thank you so much for the intention, so I'm shortening my speech. Thank you so much. The speech was full of really interesting info. It concerned the regions, and in the end you emphasized that you can in fact come to the Ukrainian Denmark Energy Center, which helps the regions directly. And again, we'd like to thank the government of Denmark, which chose Ukraine as a strategic partner. And you, Yulia, personally, I thank you for the close cooperation with the State Energy Efficiency Agency. We are going on with our session. Now we will be speaking about the first report, which was mentioned by Ms. Olga Buslavets. That is the active support of bioenergy as Ukraine is an agrarian state, and that was emphasized by Victoria Gnatovskaya as well, who's an acting Director General of the Directorate in the ministry. And we were saying that we have a very substantial potential of the replacement of our imported gas. In particular, if we take 2019, 30 billion was consumed. We've imported 14 billion, and the Ukrainians paid approximately $3 billion for that. If we take the potential of the bioenergy, which will be told by Georgy Heletucha now, where we can totally replace our import of gas. And separately, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Bioenergy Association as the strategic partner, which helps the State Energy Efficiency Agency in the development of the legislative initiatives. There were lots of legislative initiatives adopted, which are working now and lead to some effect. As for now, they are rather numerous. We've spoke about that. So, Georgy, a very big request. Try to be very short. 5 minutes max. I'll try to.
Yeah, I'll try to. So I will talk about the roadmap of bioenergy development in Ukraine till 2050. So it was work within the EBRD project with our participation and Danish company COA. We as association, we unite 30 companies, and we've been there for 7 years. So this seminar talks about cutting the gas consumption, and it's by bioenergy that we replace more than 5 billion cubic meters of gas is from 2018, and it grows every year. The potential to replace biomass is 23.1 million of oil equivalent, and by 2035 we have ambitious goals to reach the biomass and biofuel part to 11 million tons of oil equivalent. Then next, it's an open question: what's going to happen after the year 35? So we conducted this forecast and we designed the roadmap on energy development up to 2050. So because there's not much time, I will not dwell on the figures, but here's the result. On our assessment, till 2050, we can achieve 20 million ton of oil equivalent. And these are the components that allow us to do that. Big part of it is waste from agriculture, energy crops, and other types of biomass. So this is the resulting table of our roadmap. And if we will move to this 20 million ton of oil equivalent through biomass, how much megawatt of heat capacity will we need? About 50,000. Now there are about 8 available in Ukraine. Electrical capacity, more than 5,000 hecawatt. We only have 200 at the moment. And we calculated cutting the CO2 emissions, 54 tons of CO2 equivalent we can cut per year. And Ukraine throws emits now about 340. So 1/6 of all CO2 emissions can be cut by bioenergy development. And a great deal of jobs created, more than 160,000 new jobs created. So this slide is what we're trying to show in all of our presentations. We advocate that all countries should switch gradually to renewable gases. We support green hydrogen idea, but we also see a lot of place for biomethane. It's another renewable gas. It's denser than green hydrogen. It has about 3 times more heat capacity per cubic meter at 60 bar, and that's why we think it has a lot of advantages for transportation for long distance. So our concept is green hydrogen before long-term transportation should be converted into biomethane through biomethanization reaction, which is in this chart, and then get it transported long haul as biomethane. Priorities for bioenergy in a legal basis basically were already described by Victoria. I will only add a couple of projects that we believe have to be launched, and the design of such projects should be there. First, we see biomethane project has been stopped a little bit. We are ready to enter any work groups and present our arguments for this version of draft bill that's been so long in the Ministry of Energy. And we also suggest to start reviewing the draft bill on competition in the centralized heating systems. Is designed together with the Ministry of Energy Efficiency, and we could potentially quite quickly submit it to Ministry of Energy for discussion. And also, we see the need in smaller changes, but they are there. It's the law on heat supply, the article on tariffs for heat energy from alternative sources. Within 3 years of this law's draft law existing, there are some challenges to finally resolve. So thank you, and welcome to become members in our association. Thank you, Georgi. Thank you for being laconic. And you basically outlined the main direction. Let me also stress that these presentations you will all be able to find on our website. They'll be made available. And we have one more speaker in this panel, Sergei Borovsky, expert on funding and energy efficiency policy from UNIDO project. They also are cooperating with State Agency on Energy Efficiency. They've been helping us with our documents and in our current work. So, Sergei, the floor is yours. You are online. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me and see me. Yeah. Thank you, colleagues, once again, and congratulations with having this wonderful forum and a great agenda. We can't hear you. You've switched on the wrong microphone.
Сергія. Давайте тоді, поки Сергій перезагружається, почули. Сергій, тебе чути можна говорити?
So, first a word of greeting. I was happy to see my colleagues and our panel. It's nice to hear that we've done such a great work over this time to promote the energy efficiency in the different regions, different sectors of economy, and now everybody's talking how important it is and that we need to implement the multi-sectoral approach. Also tell you that some things that I've heard here, I will comment a little bit on at the end, but I will try and give you a short version of my presentation. So, from technical support, can you launch my presentation, please? It was very nice also to hear the presentation from Ukrgazbank, who also mentioned the project that we launched together with Ukrgazbank. And this product is called Loan Guarantee Fund. So we, as part of as project of UNIDA, from Industrial Development Organization, created 1966. 160 countries represented it to facilitate industrial development, industrialization, and the main priorities are cutting. Cutting the poverty through increased efficacy and development of trade opportunities. So we have several tools. Unfortunately, the sound is truncated with the source. So what are the main challenges with the energy efficiency? Economy of Ukraine is energy intensive, which impacts its stability and competitiveness. Ineffective use of energy resources leads to carbonization of economy and significant CO2 emissions. The use of energy resources doesn't mean that their availability. It is the sign of energy poverty. Lower energy efficiency of economy of Ukraine is the question of not only its development, but also security and reliability of energy system. Unfortunately, the sound is very problematic from the original. So we also have commitments according to the EU Association Agreement. The potential energy savings you see on the table and the necessary financial capital for this. So by 2015, the potential of national energy efficiency was, as you see on the pie chart, so the potential is about 32.3%. Unfortunately, the sound is impossible to translate. Still, the sound is impossible to translate. The sound is impossible to translate. It's broken.
Не зовсім зрозуміло і для перекладачів, і ми навіть...
So, yeah, the sound is...
Тому дуже коротко, тебе буквально хвилина, і будемо закінчувати. На жаль, технічні можливості погано чути.
So the recommendations are multi-sectoral approach in increasing energy efficiency economy of Ukraine, big industry and fuel energy sector, energy management implementation in all the processes as a tool of understanding the needs in increasing energy efficiency and the measurable results. The Loan Guarantee Fund, its main parameters is the turnover fund. It's a portfolio of cross guarantees. Total amount $1.5 million US dollars. The maximum loan is $150,000. The currency is hryvnia, euro, or US dollars. The payback term is 18 months, up to 18 months. No mortgage, no guarantees from the borrower necessary, and the interest rate is 13 in hryvnia. This is the whole mechanism that loan guarantee works, and you can see some of the main elements in the system. So Ukrgazbank manages this fund. The Ukrgazbank sells loans to industrial companies. They use that money. Then they pay the loan back, and the bank is then ready to grant loans to other industry players. And a lot of interesting things we will be able to tell you about in a couple of days, because some new initiatives are in the works. And there will be an interesting event dedicated to energy efficiency, and there will be a lot of financial players present. Unfortunately, the sound is still very truncated for the interpreters to get more than a short gist. Thank you, Sergey. But still, the presentation will be made available to you on the website. You'll be able to download it and read it additionally. Thank you for UNITA project, for reliable cooperation with Ukraine, with Energy Efficiency Agency. Unfortunately, we are all out of time for questions and answers. I think at the end of the third panel, we'll be able to answer some of them, hopefully. Thank you for all the speakers who participated in the second session. I encourage the participants to stay. We just make a short break, and in the third session, you will see practitioners. You will see practical cases, how in real life they design energy efficiency, they design and implement green and clean energy projects using domestic waste, industrial waste for energy generation. So please stick around. We'll give you all the best answers for the questions that we received through Facebook and in the chat. Thank you, and see you in the third.
So, hello all of our friends and guests, both offline and online. My name is Kirill Tomlyak. I have the honor to conduct a very important panel discussion today, because this is the final one for today's fruitful discussion, because we will be speaking today in the end about the successful projects in the sphere of the renewables, bioenergy and other energy efficiency in our Ukrainian places and cities. So, without keeping the time, I give the floor to Mr. Igor Tynny, who's the famous investor in the renewable energy and our projects. Mr. Igor, the floor is yours, and there is the request for you and for all of the speakers. Would you also mention the issues which we have to improve in our country for the project to be implemented in the better way? So would you please provide the answer which points should be changed? For instance, something for our life as for the investment of the projects in the regions to be better. Please, Igor, the floor is yours. Thank you. Hello and good day. Now I'm working with 46 acting small electrical stations. Mostly those are small hydro stations, solar station. Now we are using the manufacturing and the incineration of the biogas, and we're working the station with the biomass and agri pellets. And also I'm the minority co-owner. The majority is the municipality of Kyiv City, the company on the usual waste. Unfortunately, we are still degassing them and burying them, but we do hope to begin processing them. That is, in short, our investment into the energy efficiency and energy independence of Ukraine. We're working now in 9 regions of Ukraine, and the companies which I listed, we have approximately 700 people working. As for the success stories, well, you know what success is. When you see how clean energy is generated and produced, it's already success. When you create import replacement because you're using the capacities of the local nature, is already success. And now, considering the political factors, the solar stations are not that popular, which had certain boom. I strategically defined that I need to focus upon the technologically more complicated stories where Ukraine needs processing of waste. We are an agrarian country. We have a huge concentration of powerful agrarian households. All of them create wastes, and we need to do something with them. In the same way, with the crazy speeds, we have the expansion of the cities. Just 100 years ago, the population of Kyiv was less than 400,000. Now we have approximately 4.5 million. We consume more daily. The goods are becoming more diverse. That is why the daily wastes are piling up and becoming more dangerous. This is what I defined as a priority, that the production of the clean and renewable energy and reuse them from the agrarian waste and bio-waste and household wastes. This is what we do. As for what we need, instead of those slow steps just to launch everything instantly, I will tell you the following. First of all, everybody needs it. We need the restoration of the stability at the market, stability of the payments. We have for 15 years, before the latest experiments, we had 100% of payment for electrical energy everywhere. We need to restore this kind of stability. We need to restore the trust to the regulator, the commission, because now it's very low, and you can see what's the result. And as for what we are doing, that is what we do with the waste, we are awaiting for the European legislation. So far we lived with the legislation which was the legacy since the Soviet times, and now the Parliament is considering the progressive law draft which implements the European standards of the waste management, and after that we'll need to vote for additional law drafts. A huge gratitude to the State Energy Efficiency Agency, which initiates partly the energy processing of the wastes, because we need to define what that is and to provide an additional impulse and push for that. The deterring factors are mostly the lack of the normal regulation and the opportunity to implement your policy. I will just name a very simple example. Not all of the reforms can be the best. The year before the last, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine has conducted the law draft about the communal and residence households, which is acting now. So according to this law, not a single city has the right to provide a competition and to define who is processing the waste. There is the service about waste management, and that's it. So you can see those are totally different criteria to find the investors. When you want to find a complex, the investments begin with 150 million or sometimes $500 million. Only powerful foreign companies can do that. But if you want just to buy some track and 100 of containers, it's a micro investment. We cannot mix that. But now the legislation does not allow you to. First begin how you begin, and maybe when you pile up the garbage, maybe you'll create a separate factory. It's just ridiculous. So there are huge expectations that the progressive people in the government are there. I don't criticize everybody and always. Still, this topic, I hope, will be dealt with, and we will be introducing the European priorities in the household waste management. As for the regional development, I sincerely consider that decentralization is maybe one of the best points which happened in our country during the last 20 years, because at the places we've got more opportunities emerging as the people are vividly reacting the actions of the local governance than the central. So we can see a huge demand on the ruining of the piles, and also in the villages where we created the electrical stations. We can see that this is the renewable clean energy. We can see additional investments into the budgets, and almost everywhere we signed agreements with the settlement and village councils. Social contracts, we fund some of the measures, so it makes the country more richer. We create the middle class. So, concluding, I will tell the following. 11 years ago, with common efforts, and I already invested in that as well, we have the Association of the Renewables now. 150 companies now. So, altogether, we created a huge sphere which attracted more than 10 billion euro of investments, 60% of which are the own money of foreign origin. So we created this branch and it protects itself. So now we'd like to make the next step. It's my personal ambition to develop a different, similar market in the waste management, part of which can be also processed into the energy. Those are my plans. Thank you so much, Igor. That was really interesting and substantial topic, and very reasonable as for the hard household waste. Among the future speakers, we also have the representatives of the cities and the city head of Zhytomyr, so it would be interesting to exchange their opinions, but I do wish you success, Igor. Maybe Igor will have to leave sooner because he has some things to do, but thank you again for the participants in our event. And we are moving on. Our next speaker is Mr. Rostislav Maraikin, regional coordinator of PFAN, I need to add that I know that PFAN is working and working nicely. In the program on the support of bioenergy of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development I am representing, there are certain applications for help and support of your consultants. It's interesting to listen to you, Mr. Rostislav. The floor is yours now. Thank you. Could you show my presentation now? While the presentation is getting ready, I'd like to express my gratitude to the State Energy Efficiency Institution, and we are the partners, and this partnership is only expanding. So, the next slide. Well, I like this slide because in a very short way it shows the services we are providing. It's not there's nothing new in that, because there are lots of investments and investors on the one hand. On the other hand, there are lots of nice projects with wonderful ideas, but somehow they can't find each other rather often enough. So this is our service. By the way, it's free to use to help the beginners, entrepreneurs and developers, or already the acting ones, to prepare the high-quality documentations and to find funding for their projects. PFAN is a program which is organized conjointly with UNIDO and REAP. Well, it is in Vienna, where UNIDO is as well, and PFAN is supporting all the clean projects according to the criteria. Since the moment of its foundation, since 2006, we have already attracted investments for more than $1.7 billion, more than 1,000 gigawatt, more than 1 gigawatt of capacity were constructed. Our portfolio is more than 750 projects. 126 of them have attracted funding. We are not hiding those figures. Approximately 17% of our projects are achieving success, attracting investors or funding. As I've already mentioned, our two governing committees is mainly two organizations, that is the United Nations Industrial Development Organizations and Investing in Clean Energy Markets, REAP. Our donor partners and the funding the project are the governments of different countries. Just now the chair is the government of Sweden, and also we are funded by the government of Australia, Norway, USAID, Austria and Japan. So this is how our organizational structure looks like. The governance block is consisting of UNIDO and REAP. UNIDO has the manager of the program and partnership manager, and the executive committee consists of REAP. Our regional network, well, I will tell about that a bit later, is created on the regional one. We have the global coordinator, the regional coordinators, and in each country we have our own coordinators. We are working all over the world. In particular, the region I'm the head of is the Eastern Europe and Middle Asia. It includes 15 countries. The red ones are where the countries where we have the country coordinators. As I mentioned in the beginning, well, of course, we are aiming for the work with the developers of the projects, with the business, but also we are working with the investment funds and private investors and financial organizations, and also we are working with the consultants and experts who are performing their work to support the projects, and we are the partners with the state and non-governmental organizations. I will dwell more on how we are working with the businesses and developers. As I've already mentioned in the beginning, we are providing help and assistance free assistance to the projects on the developing of the project documentations, bankable documents. And what I'd like to emphasize on, for each of the projects which gets our support, we are allocating a personal consultant who is managing you the whole way up till the attraction of the investment or funding of the project. More than 120 advisors are working all over the world from different branches, and it allows us to be rather flexible, choosing the consultants and advisors to support the projects. That is, the project which was supported by PFEN will definitely be having an advisor from the country where the project is located, not to have a language barrier, and also this advisor from this sphere, from this branch, will be representing the branch where this project belongs to. Here are the key services and functions of our advisors. During the whole support of the project, we are providing several stages. The main part and aim for us for the project, thanks to the project documentation, to get funding or investments. How do you apply? It's very simple. Our system is constructed on the online platform, which is working 24/7, and you can use our website to register and to get a cabinet, and then there you can apply with one or more applications. The projects which we are supporting, as I've mentioned in the beginning, those are all the clean projects, or in the simpler terms, if the project has the potential of the reduction of CO2, in fact it's the project which we can support. So here we include the projects on the renewable energy and energy efficiency, and recently we've added the option of climate adaptation. Which are the criteria how we select the projects? First of all, we are working just with the commercially cost-effective projects, with the sustainable technologies. It's compulsory for us to pay attention to the experience of the team which applies with the project. While we estimate the project, the highest score is for the experience sharing and the description of the team of the project. Thus, being the UNIDO project, it's important for us to have the gender development of the project and also the impact onto the climate. The optimal option for the financial structure of the project is 1 to 50 million, but also we've got many projects. The projects are supported at different stages, from greenfield to brownfield or expansion. So in the nutshell, this is the way of the development of the projects from the application at the first stage. As I've already mentioned, it is applied online. Once a quarter, we are providing the assessment of the projects, and if the project is supported, it gets the individual advisor and consultant for free. This consultant leads the way throughout all of the stages. At the fourth stage, when the documents are ready, we are beginning to work with our investment team facilitation to attract investments or funding of the project. In some of the cases, when we see the potential of the closing of the project, and in our case closing is when you get funding or investments, in some of the cases we can take the decision on the technical support. So we can provide technical analysis, legal analysis of the project, and to provide it for the potential investor. So our aim is stage 6, financial close. It's worth mentioning to say that we are working with the advisors and the partners. Our advisors are the members of BFAN. This membership is again free. And the advisors are getting funding for the work done, and their contracts are paid. The partners of ours, we separate them by the investment and non-investment partners. Here we can work in case of the investment partners. We provide them all the necessary info according to their requests or papers on the project which they're interested in. And as for non-investment partners, vice versa, we get the projects from them which need our support. So in fact I tried to be very short and quick. And again, thank you, State Energy Efficiency Agency, for such support and opportunity to have a speech. Thank you, Rostislav, for such an interesting presentation. I think that the listeners understood how we can create relationship with the organization. And now let me come to the next speaker, the first speaker who is speaking online. That is the speaker, very famous person, Yulia Shevchuk. Can we see Yulia on the screens? Because I know that there are lots of people in Ukraine who are trying to find cooperation with Ukraine. Yulia, we can see. Hello. Yulia, the floor is yours. Yeah, thank you. I would like to welcome all of the colleagues and friends, and I have an opportunity to see you, as it's rather important now to see the people. And thank you for such a wonderful forum. It's so important for us to have this proper communication, to speak and to think about more positive things. For instance, simply to finalize this pandemic. So do you hear me well, and do you see the presentation? Yes, we hear you, but so far we don't see the presentation. Would you show the presentation now? I've already shared it with you. In such case, the technical support is working. Yes, now we can see the presentation. You can see it. Okay. Thank you. So, how can NEFCO be interesting for this forum? I think that the majority of our projects are already at the stage of the implementation or already finalized. So we are the practitioners in Ukraine who have tested the full project cycle, and one of our, I would say, zests is that we are working under the existing conditions, legislative conditions, whether they are complicated or not, and maybe sometimes even unreal for someone. So now I'm planning to tell you about our experience. The next slide concerns the overall sum of the investments of NEFCO to Ukraine and the distribution branch by branch. As you can see, it's a big number of projects, 243 projects. Overall sum is 226 million euro. So our main sector are municipalities in Ukraine. Here at the next slide you can see the main beneficiaries of our help and support, our funding, as we are working a lot on the energy efficiency of the budget premises and buildings. So first of all, those are children. The next slide, where I'd like to tell you about one of the new programs of ours which concerns the water sector. NEFCO is implementing it together with the European Union, and this is the investment platform of good neighboring policies, and now we have 10 projects within it. We provide the mixed funding. Those are loan money, the grant money from the European Union, and the money for the compensation of the interest rate for the smaller towns. And the projects aiming for energy efficiency, saving of the losses, the decrease of the pollution, the improvement of the quality of the drinking water. What can I say about this sector, having certain experience that not that many programs are created for the water sector among the international financial organizations and banking institutions. So we are feeling this huge demand from the water channels for those projects and similar projects. In this sector, on the other hand, we have rather weak teams. There is the issue at the local level. And for the water channels, it's a relevant issue. That is why NEFCOR involves technical support. In particular, the technical help and assistance is rather important for different elements, for the provision of the projects and the developing of the high-quality tender documentation and others. We also have bigger projects, which in particular will be implemented with Danido, which has been already mentioned today. The next sector I'd like to tell you about is the municipal sphere of energy efficiency, in particular the buildings of the budget sector. In Ukraine, we have implemented the projects in 400 buildings. Those are schools, kindergartens and hospitals. So we are kind of experts and we have huge experience. That is approximately 100 of projects, including 41 projects on the east of Ukraine. Still, some of the projects are very close to the contact line. And it's a very peculiar complication to work there. The projects are allocated for saving of the energy and losses to reduce the CO2 emissions, and we've calculated that approximately 190,000 of children and employees are using the updated and comfortable conditions. We have smaller projects and bigger ones. When I say bigger, I mean up to 10 million euro. And with those bigger projects, there are certain problematic issues because their implementation is unfortunately delayed, and sometimes we can have 2 to 4 more years added to the previous plan. First of all, it happens because the cities have rather weak infrastructure and underfunded groups of implementation of the project. And as I told before, we are involving technical assistance, the donors. We are working a lot with the SIDO, the Swedish government. We are so grateful for them that we are able to implement those projects. In particular, this year, we have such pleasant events. We finalized and closed 2 bigger projects. Those are Kyiv and Zhytomyr cities with the grants of the FFP fund. I know that Sergei, the city head of the cities there, Zhytomyr, so I'd like to thank for the cooperation for a wonderful, wonderful project. Adding to that, we are also implementing 3 more bigger projects with the premises of the budget spheres. Those are Lutsk, Chernivtsi, Ivano-Frankivsk cities. And adding to that, we have 1 more very big project, which is implemented together with the European Investment Bank. This is the state one, which includes the energy efficiency in the 6 universities. And we do hope that soon we will achieve the first selection in this project, which should soon take place. The next sector I'd like to tell you about is the centralized heat supply. In particular, we have implemented the projects in 18 cities within the program of the country. Those are smaller projects, up to 1 million euro, which are also rather important as for the saving of energy and expenses and other benefits. We also have 2 new projects which concern the centralized heating, and also they include the use of gas and biofuel. And here it's a very interesting experience. Those are the 2 cities of Gorishny Plavny, because we have the FFP grant there, and the newest project is in Kremenchuk city with the funding of Danido. So they have it's not that easy to provide the tender procedure there, because it's an issue in Ukraine to have the feedback from the market and the participants in our tender procedures. I will tell you about later. The next slide concerns the street lighting projects. We also have projects in those spheres which are rather small as well, and some of them are much more powerful. Altogether, we have 25 cities where the projects are almost finalized or are now at the level of the implementation. The next slide also concerns a very interesting program which is done by our State Energy Efficiency Agency, and it is called the Target Fund or Target Fund Finland-Ukraine, which provides grant funding for the energy efficiency, the renewables, the alternative types of energy, for the development of the heat stations, and also for the implementation of the demonstration projects. And now the fund is considering 32 applications. So together with the State and Energy Efficiency Agency, we are working on the implementation of this program together with the government of Finland. We are beginning one more program, the new one, which concerns decentralization and support of the amalgamated territorial communities in Ukraine. It's also implemented together with the European Union, the investment program of neighboring programs, and also grants from the European Union. Now we have 13 projects under the process. So I'd like to tell you about our lessons learned, about our experience of work in the sphere of the municipalities. First of all, as I've mentioned in the beginning, we are trying to work under the existing conditions. Sometimes they are rather hard, but still, what life taught us that in Ukraine, even for the smaller project, we've got a rather long project cycle. It can be 3-4 years for the project, up to 1 million euro. So that is why we are powerfully working for this term to be shorter. What are we doing in particular? Simultaneously, we are implementing several stages. For instance, it happens that the city applies for the approval of the Ministry of Finance, but we are planning the procurement, or sometimes we even provide the procurement. I can tell you instantly that we are criticized hard, because sometimes the cities don't believe that if the people haven't approved it, that they can provide the procurement in other stages. But this is the only way how to shorten this project cycle, because Ukraine has lots of bureaucracy at all of the stages.
Second thing I would like to tell you about is weak implementation on local level. I keep saying this because it's a key issue here. Sometimes we just demand a coordinator to be there who will get all the project participants together, and it's important that the Burgermeister should be there and should also own the project, because that's a small step, but it can create a lot of great results in the future. Another interesting thing we've been taught by this experience is to properly choose your partners and be selective, because sometimes there are cities where they don't perceive themselves as part of the project and they just stand in the way. So that's why political support, public support, everything is important. Another important thing that I wanted to mention is procurement. So this thing is almost 90% of all the project, of the entire project. Procurement is very difficult in Ukraine, you probably know, especially in our projects. We don't feel enough feedback from the market, and we work so much to get the construction companies be more active in the national project, not to be afraid, because Sometimes they announce something in English, we translate it into Ukrainian, but we try and make that more and more these things be implemented in Ukrainian laws. Why our Ukrainian construction companies don't like partnerships? That's another challenge. Because we had an opportunity to participate in tenders as partners, but the companies don't feel like they want to share anything, share the revenues, share information. So they go independently and they lose because they are not capable of winning on their own. So everybody's afraid, and we try and explain people they don't have to be that way. Among the issues that we see a lot is the reputational issue. So due diligence, that is important for all the international organizations. And before the elections, we had a lot of, let's say, politically influenced proceedings that were initiated, and it was difficult to explain to our colleagues from the EU, from the headquarters, what's happening at all. That is just political warfare. But the elections are already happened, so we hope that all the appointments have been made and will move slowly forward. So let's drive forward the local potential, financial resource, natural resources, because it's a small step now, but it can bring a lot of great results in the future. And I also want to wish you all strong health and stay healthy, stay safe. And we'll be ready to answer your questions. So yeah, thank you for that presentation. We see how much work that NEFCO does in Ukraine, and it's a long-term activity that is aimed at regional success. And those dozens projects that are implemented and being implemented now, of course, they help Ukraine in gradually grow regionally and speed up their regional development. Let's go to our next speaker. We just had an interesting financial investor in our discussion. Now I want to pass the floor to Ivan Nadein, who's the founder of the company Ukrteplo, and this company is one of the biggest private investors in the renewable energy projects in Ukrainian regions. I know, Ivan, that just recently your company started working in Rivne city and now is the provider of centralized heating in your city. It would be great to learn from your experience and probably try and outline the scope of challenges that your city looks to resolve. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you, the Agency of Energy Efficiency. Thank you for holding this important and high-quality event. And it's pretty modern. It's very exciting. And the live broadcast is also great. So one thing to say that earlier we had at least Vice Prime Minister or Prime Minister. Unfortunately, they don't feel that this is so much of a problem for them now because they're not here. We're for 10 years in the market. We've seen a lot on the market in these 10 years in different stages of development. So energy efficiency questions, gas replacement. We started back when Naftogaz used state money like $1.5 for gasification of Ukraine. Back when the gas price only started growing, which has become the main, which has determined the renewable energy. Of course, in the years 14 to 15, when we faced the problem that we need to replace gas, and we consume 3 to 4 times more than average European country, that's when the real steps started, and that's why we can say now, like there was a head of Bioenergy Association, his assessment is that biomass, the equivalent of burning biomass is about 3 to 4 billion cubic meters of gas. And it's a significant indicator. Of course, where gas replacement has worked. Of course, because businesses want to save money, and the gas price was growing. So they wanted to save money. The impact of the state was minimal. Mostly the objective was not to stand in the way, and probably that was the best result. So next thing is budgetary sphere. In the year 17, laws were passed that the State Agency of Energy Efficiency that allowed to decrease twice the use of gas in the budget, about 100 million now. And especially thanks to those laws that were passed, the 10% law and the average tariff. And secondly, the cost of natural gas gave the opportunity to enter these projects and save. Unfortunately, the centralized heating industry was not touched a lot. The previous governments, the current government, didn't do much about central heating. The reform of the heat grid did not happen. The companies are in a very complicated situation. They've been bombarded with populistic promises from everywhere. Everybody's trying to push the tariff onto someone else. And so they owe Naftogaz about 40 billion. Then the end buyer owe them money for the difference of tariffs. The people haven't paid for heat energy, so to make money there is very difficult. The only model we've found is that you can make money when you replace gas, but you cannot replace gas without control over central heating, because there's going to be conflict of interest all the time. Of course, there are elements how to invest into replacement of gas. And like energy willow trees, yeah, they know how to replace it compared to gas and the gas cost. So there's a law on average tariff that creates a stimulating effect, which allows you to not bother with this complex tariff building process. So this is where businesses can make money. But how do you work with a company if they are in debt, like 100 million or 300 million debt, when local authorities help these companies and basically subsidize them annually, and the subsidies now reach as high as 5 billion hryvnias. Local companies, local self-governance, they remove those funds from infrastructure, from schools, from roads, and use it for themselves. So these processes, they keep aggregating. So now they owe Naftogaz a lot of money, and it's an unresolved issue. But maybe it's an issue of a different discussion. Still, it's still directly depending on energy independence. So if we get investors there, we have to get them into transparent markets. Like in Rivne, we got with the company doesn't receive any subsidies from local governments for 10 years because they rent a big complex, and the company pays about 18 million every year of rental. So in 10 years, it's 150 million in total. It's just rental for space. Of course, for the city, it wasn't a bad story because the city doesn't invest much into capital construction, but not too much. Mostly, it's those who use the grid, those who use the pipelines. That's who fund it. And we try to fix it into investment programs. But again, it's an issue of market tariff and commercial tariff. It's still there. And we would like this issue to stay pertinent, stay important and relevant, especially now when the draft bills are being discussed or even stalled in the parliament. Yeah, of course, we understand the crisis, the pandemic, but still we're postponing heat pipelines, pushing it for the later. So when later? When the PSO is going to be lifted and so on. Another thing from the experience and the problems that exist now is that we as a company from 2015, we've sold by green tariff all the projects other than wind, the hydropower, biogas, the landfills, everything we did. Biomass incineration, solar projects. So we can state now that all new projects in this sector have stopped. Not even mentioning solar, which you cannot even implement it by the law. So such projects as biomass, incineration, where the ROI is about 3 years, and even in the current law, they are not possible. It's not possible to implement them. In the first part of today's conference, we talked about Green Deal, about green transition, but it's just that new projects are not being built. Nobody starts new projects because there's no law that regulates it. So what kind of strategic goal of the government? What's the strategic goal of the state? If all of the world is in Europe is moving toward like 100% renewables by 2050, when there's the biggest opportunities, we stopped it. Over the last year and a half, what's happening is all the projects on renewables, investment projects have stopped. They cannot be initiated in this year, and I'm not even talking about the beginning of 2021. So this is a real problem that we have to talk about, because we can all talk about great ideas, great programs, but it's not in Ukraine. That's what the problem is. All those projects will be built in Europe. We started well, like before 2 years ago, and we're a talented country. We can get the project, but when the state then goes and changes the rules of the game, there's no trust to this government. And it's going to be difficult after these kind of steps, when in almost a year, green companies didn't get money. Only for 2 months, solar, wind, they've been cut their tariff. Biomass, like in Overyach, we have the power station. They require daily their commodities, but nobody pays from the market. So how do you survive in this kind of situation? Can you plan any strategy for businesses? Yeah, of course, there are a lot of problems. We could talk for hours, but I understand that maybe I was too critical, but I don't think it's the time for anything else regarding this. Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, there's a lot of food for thought. I hope as a citizen of Ukraine that in the government and energy efficiency, there will be mechanisms to restore trust. On the other hand, to move forward, to move towards the Green Deal. And I believe that it's a temporary stop. I don't think that Ukraine will freeze forever. It's just a temporary bump on the road. We will gradually achieve energy efficiency, sustainable energy, and decarbonizations. Because you see, countries are making a bold promise to decarbonize by 2050. Our neighbor, Hungary, not even talking about EU in general, Germany, and I don't think we will avoid this progress. Although I understand there are people who don't still feel it as a rational choice. So I think this movement will be restored, including investors such as you who really move this industry forward, create a lot of jobs, develop Ukrainian industry, and engage them in this process. So That's what I wanted to discuss. Okay, let me add just a few words. Just don't turn Green Deal into a green debt. No, I don't think so. We'll see. Ukraine can sometimes positively surprise you very quickly. So now is the time for the next speaker, Clear Energy Company, and our speaker Roman, who is going to connect with us online now. So, good afternoon, dear participants. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you. I want to show you a 2-minute video about our project. Those projects that we will scale up in different Ukrainian regions. Clear Energy also invests in actively quite in the Ukrainian renewable energy industry. So Roman, I think, will tell us and show us. The technology of wood chips gasification to receive electrical and heat energy in the world has been deemed as one of the most effective and the cleanest. For the first time, industrial facility using it is Chernigivsky Generating Company, which is part of Clear Energy Group. The technology is very simple. Wood chips are fed into a separate chamber. There, with the absence of oxygen and temperature 1300 Celsius, it's turned into a gas, which then goes into internal combustion energy that generates the electricity. And heat energy that's generated is used for hot water supply. There are almost no harmful emissions. This power station can be placed very close to consumers, which will reduce loss of heat. And it's a very effective use of raw commodity. To produce 1 kilowatt of energy, you only need 900 grams of biomass. It's twice as less than other types of electricity from wood. So using the technology of wood chip gasification to produce heat and electricity is 20 to 30% reducing the production cost of electricity. To implement a pilot project on gasification, Chernihiv was selected. They wanted to provide high-quality hot water supply throughout the year. At the same time, there are big residues of wood production, furniture production. So they built this facility next to the city boiler. And before 2015, the first power station was launched. 490 electrical kilowatts and 861 kilowatt of heat energy. Electric generating power station replaces about 2 million cubic meters of natural gas, and that's only for the hot water supply need of one district in Chernihiv. The system is very flexible. Depending on the demand, it can be stacked with additional boilers. Gasificator is very small scale. They're good for smaller districts, for hospitals, kindergartens, and entire villages or blocks of city. Clear Energy Group has facilitated their own production of gasificators. They're much cheaper than the foreign analogies, and they are more effective. Using these stations, you already have the system of consumption accounting. The electricity is fed in a general grid by green tariff. Heat energy is used for centralized hot water supply. This allows to generate revenues all year round. The ROI of this power station is very short. So you can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks the technical guys for the video. So this is one of our main facilities. it's a facility working on biogas. We have now arranged the production in Ukraine, and we will scale it up in Rivne region. So let me just make a small introduction about the company and then tell you about the projects that are in pipeline that we want to build in the regions for businesses, for local self-governance. Let me start with the presentation. So my name Roman. I'm Deputy CEO of Clear Energy Group. We are 5 years in the market. We're actively promoting renewable energy projects. We have implemented some power stations and 4 megawatts worth of power on wood chips. We work with biomass, as I said. We have 13 projects of degasation of landfills for solid domestic waste. One of the biggest stations in Odessa, and in the nearest months we will launch one in Chernobyl. Also, we manage 2 facilities of processing of solid domestic waste in Odessa and Chernobyl. So it's the only one project we implemented in Chernihiv with Teplokомуненерго company. We built 7 gasificators, and we use gas synthesis, 500 kilowatts of electricity and 800 of heat energy. All the electricity we produce, we sell by green tariff. The heat energy is sold to the city 25% cheaper than they generated from natural gas. We're the first company who received a tariff for heat energy approved by the national regulator. And we can easily join it to the market. So we make a reversed heat carrier. We add 85 to 85 degrees Celsius, and we feed it back to the grid with a temperature about 70. So the distributor has to use less gas to produce this energy. As for our Ukrainian production, just recently we started testing of our facility. And what's it comprised of? So this is the gasificator, where you feed the wood chip and the gas is synthesized. For our colleagues from regions, let me explain with a simple comparison. Imagine hard fuel boiler where the chips are burning. Here in gasificator, it's simmering. The pyrolysis occurs, and the gas synthesis occurs, then it cools down, and it's fed to the internal combustion engine. The gas is incinerated, the energy, heat energy is emitted. So these 2 devices, the engine and gasificator, are managed by a regulating system. It regulates the feeding of the resources and so forth. Technical characteristics: 1 module that includes the gasificator, engine, and management system. It has heat capacity of 108 kilowatt, electrical 68 kilowatt. The 1 module at the maximum capacity, 8,000 years, can produce 760 gigacalories and heat 100,000 square meters and 450,000 kilowatts of heat energy per year. Our gasifiers technologically are allowed to have cheap wood chips with humidity up to 13%. So in this case, you spend about 60 kilograms of wood chips per hour for this facility. So currently, we've created a line for sales. Here you have 5 typical models, but they can be corrected to your capacity. I'm talking to local businesses now, to the owners of solid fuel boilers now because of the very low tariff for heat and gas, because gas dropped in price several times and the projects are not profitable. So with these kind of commercial facilities, you can provide profitability throughout the year because you have extra heat and you can reduce the production cost. So the modules can be various capacities, like 3 gasifiers, 320 kilowatts of heat, 200 electricity, and so on. So we can increase it or decrease for 1 gasifier. So we have it in blocks and modules. So we can be very mobile. We can attach it to budgetary institutions like kindergartens, hospitals, and it can also be used for centralized heating systems. So any capacity of production we can provide. So what are the regions that this technology may be interesting to? We understand that the main resource is wood chips, and it's about 16 regions there where there's a lot of wood chips available in different prices, but there's a lot of wood chips and they can get raw material. So it's central Ukraine, southern Ukraine, western Ukraine. So in these regions, they've built about 500 solid fuel boilers, 860 megawatts. They use different energy sources. This one exclusively shows those who work with wood. 390 of these boilers, so 57%. Those are our potential customers whom we can sell this project locally. And they have guaranteed buyer for their heat, any budgetary institutions, and so on. So if we talk about financial resources, equipment, we can use now a wonderful program, 579. It's not dissimilar to warm loans, the difference being only that warm loans compensated part of the essential loan. Here, the state compensates for part of the interest. Annual 5 to 7 to 9%, depending on the number of hired jobs you create. So with one single module, our technology allows to hire 2 new employees, and this is where you get into category 5% annual. So 2 billion hryvnia is allocated for the next year's budget for this project, and the subsequent year the same.
So the amount is rather substantial, and I think that any potential acquirer of others can use this program. The leaders in this program are the state banks, which are disseminated most of all. We've already had negotiations with the first 3, including the 4th, even Ukreximbank, who are ready to credit our stations in the modal, in the casual way. And even with Ukreximbank, we've conducted negotiations about the loan without mortgage, because this program 579 guarantees 50% of the credit, because our gasifier will be without the mortgage just in 2 to 3 without the pledge. There won't be any property as a pledge in the end of the potential customer. The loan is given for 5 years, under 5 to 7 to 9%. You can get acquainted with this program at any state bank website. There are 19 banks participants, not only state banks, but the most active are the ones which are mostly disseminated. And now I'd like to drive your attention of the local self-governance. If you are interested, we are ready to consider the projects where we could invest into our gasifying stations of the Ukrainian production, and will be investors there. We can provide the lower tariff for the heat, but for that we need certain conditions. Well, first of all, those are 16 regions, and as a remark I will tell you that we are testing to cheapen the equipment and using not just dry wood chips but pellets, and then we will be able to scale up this technology for the whole territory of Ukraine, not only 16 regions where we can find wood chips. And we have certain parameters of the selection of the objects. If we're speaking about about the state institutions. The space of the heating is more than 10,000 square meters. The consumption more than 5,000 gigacalories a year. It's very important to stay there 24/7. We have the losses, the expenses for the acquirement of the thermal energy, more than 10 million hryvnia, and also it's very important to have hot water during the summertime between the heating periods. We understand that those projects can be only in the communal households and in some of the towns and cities, but we foresee it as a condition. If this station is more than 0.5 megawatt, we need the space more than 1,500 square meters of free space. If it's a block model, then one block will take approximately 50 square meters, one module. Dear colleagues, if you're interested in our suggestion, I think the presentation will have the free access. Here we have the survey, which is also accessible at our website. Please, you can come to me, you fill it up, and we are coming and exploring the space, and then we will invest into your region. So you can write down my contacts if you can see that in the online broadcast. My name is Roman Palahusinets. This is my phone and the email. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Roman, for such an interesting presentation. It's really very interesting technology. We can see the block solution, and it's possible to involve the banking loans, and also the companies are able to invest into those projects in spite of the conditions which are current now. This is about our discussion, Mr. Ivan, that the certain potential exists, and we can see that it can be used. Though, as far as I understand, the company is really... It's rather hard for them to leave now. For instance, for those who put their stake onto the biomass or the green tariff. Thank you, Roman. We are coming to the next speaker now, Ms. Irina Gnab. Ms. Irina is the representative of the company Salix Energy, which deals with energy efficient plants growing, so it's rather interesting. Ms. Irina, we will be really thankful for your presentation. We're listening to you rather closely and attentively. Hello, all of the participants of the online forum. In December this year, Salix Energy company is having the 10th anniversary. So as for the Ukrainian businesses and projects for such new topics, that is in fact a very serious period and term. What we've achieved during those 10 years, I will tell you about that, which conclusions we achieved, which recommendations we can provide for the stakeholders, for everybody who wants to deal with such a business, growing the energy cultures and crops. We had lots of experiments and tests. We've conducted lots of calculations and involved the experts, our partners from Europe, from scientific institutions. We've processed a huge bulk of data, and today we may say that we are rightfully the experts. We have the expertise in the topic of the growing of energy crops. In 2010, when we decided to deal with such growing, we decided to take the energy long-term crop, which is named energy willow. You just plant it once, and you can take and harvest it for 25 years, and the wood chip is very close to the wood of a very predictable prime cost, and for the coniferous the same capacities for the coniferous crops. And also I'd like to add that it is CO2 neutral because it is balanced with incineration, and also the plots where we grow energy willow, there productivity indicators are much better because we're using less productive lands, which are not interesting for the classic agriculture. The most global issue is the issue how we can choose the land lot, what impacts that. And here I'd like to say that there are three factors: the climate zone, the next factor, the soil, with taking into account the requirements, and the logistics. If we look at the climate map of Ukraine, you can see that the western and northern regions of Ukraine are rather favorable to grow the energy crops, in particular the willow. The soil we're using are less productive. They are not interesting for the agrarians, but in spite of that, there are several requirements which we need to take into account when we choose such land plots, because we want to have a successful plantation, the plantation which will be harvested well. So the next factor is logistics, which we need to take into account when we choose the land lot, as wood chips is the local product. So the closer is the field where you grow the willow up to the place of consumption, the better is the economic effect. So we would say that you should have the land lots not farther than 100 kilometers. The whole technology of energy willow growing consists of two phases. The first phase is shown with the red arrows. This is one-time moment, the formation of the plantation itself, and with the green arrows you can see the process of the exploitation, where the plantation is used for 24 years. So it's incredibly important to have this technology of the formation of the technology and to choose the land plot, because this type of the plantation will be used during 24 years. A very important element in the plantation are the necessary seedlings and young plants, because the selection should be there. The plantation creation is an agrarian moment. That is why we have approximately 15 types and sorts of energy willow. As I've already mentioned, we created a couple of tests and experiments, and we understand now which sorts should be used at some types of the soil. And this moment is extremely important, as this is business and we are planning to get a very high harvest. You can see the young plants or the saplings which are longer for the machine planting, and for the manual planting we can see shorter seedlings which are cut for 20 centimeters each. If you want a smaller plantation, it can be done with the help of the manual planting, but if the plantation is bigger, then we should use the device or the machine which is aggregated with the tractor, because it's much more productive and the higher opportunity to use it when we collect the harvest and when we take care about the plantation. This is the system of simultaneous driving. Those are the successful plantations, how they look like, where we harvest and very quickly they are restored after we harvest, and the growth, as the plantation is getting older, the biomass is increasing. In 2014, we've planted the first fields of energy maple. That is the sister of energy willow, I would say, the poplar, and I would say that the differences are the requirements for the soil. So this is how we could form the fields, and the lands which suit for the willow, they don't suit the poplar, but for the ones which suit the poplar, they wouldn't work for the willow. So we are not using those the land lots which are not the best for that. As for the harvesting of the wood chips, it is done in autumn and winter. Here you can see our equipment. This is the harvester, with the help of which we harvest, having the 3-year cycle of growing. That is once in 3 years. To organize the field logistics, we should use the loader, how we create, because we store the wood chips at the temporary warehouses and then we bring them to the consumer. It is stored under the open air, and it is losing its humidity, which is positively impacting its calories. Out of this table you can see the drier the wood chips are, the higher the calories are, but the lighter it is. When we collect it, the humidity is 45 to 50%. 1 cubic meter of wood chips weighs 400 kilos, but in several months of storage in the warehouses, this wood chips has the humidity of 30%, and the one weight of 1 cubic meter is 200 kilos. The harvest is why we create those plantations. For the sake of what we create the plantations, it depends on the selection. As I've already mentioned, there are different selections for our climate zone. We have conducted a so-called introduction, so we looked at the different experiments and which fields were working in our climate zones, where we'd have the better growth, the better harvest. The next factor is the age of the root system. When we cut it for the first time, the harvest is lower, but it is increasing with the second cycle of the harvest cutting, and the nice Swedish sorts have the annual growth of 20 ton per annum per hectare. During those 10 years, we have created the fields where we grow our planting material, both poplars and willows of different sorts, which we selected and consider them to be the most successful in Ukraine. As for the harvest, we have the full set of the equipment to provide the fields to harvest. We have the competences and experience in the creation of the plantations, and also we have the boilers where we incinerate our product, that is the wood chips. Each of those stages of this business, we invested our inspiration, our wish, our soul in it. And we understand that today it's a huge experience which should be used, and in the creation of the plantation, as we have a huge potential of the lands which suit the growth of the energy crops like energy willow and energy poplar. I'd like to wish all of you strong health, inspiration, and patience, as such business needs patience. It's not a quick and rapid business. Let your energy be green. Thank you for your attention, and we do appeal for cooperation. Thank you, Ms. Irina, for such a substantial presentation. It's very interesting what you're doing, a very nice business it is, an extreme experience you've gained. And now we're coming to our next speaker, that is Serhiy Sukhomlin, head of Zhytomyr City Council. Sergey Ivanovich, first of all, let me congratulate you with your victory at the recent local elections in the first tour. A couple of words from me, my personal impression of Zhytomyr. Rather often I visit Zhytomyr during several years. I can see the development which is ongoing both in the energy efficiency sector and centralized heat supply. We know that there are some projects at the water channel, and certain plans are implemented in the hard household wastes management. So we'd like to know what is planned and where, what state it is. So the floor is yours. We'd like to hear both about the achievements and also the issues which you need to solve to provide the better regional development in Ukraine. So please. Hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the fund of the state energy efficiency for this event. Well, you know, it was mentioned today that we don't have the Prime Minister with us and other state officials here who should take care of that. I think that for them, this sphere is a bit not comprehensible. It would be much easier to solve the issue with the gas annually and with the decision of the government just to decrease the tariffs in the enterprises than to plan to invest and to adapt the European legislation for Ukraine. Because when you see the market of the electrical energy, which is just separated into the supply, production and the sales of electrical energy, this is a totally normal practice, but we all understand who is behind this market. And there are people who are interested in that. It's much more complicated to make it at the enterprises of the thermal energy or heat energy for such a company as Ukrteplo to come and to construct a thermal station and to sell thermal energy and to get money for that. Having the acting legislation, it's almost impossible. The example of Kaunas city, when 90% of the heating energy is generated thanks to the alternative fuel, and gigacalories in Kaunas city for the consumer cost 35 to 37 euro for gigacalorie, much cheaper than ours, it is working there. Here, unfortunately, it is not. So a couple of words what is happening in Zhytomyr city. Zhytomyr city has signed the mayor's agreement since 2012 as for the reduction of CO2 emission, and in March this year we were the second city in Ukraine. We got the Silver Award from the European Union for this plan execution. I'd like to thank NAFCO Fund, because Yulia Shevchuk has had a speech today, that those were the first smaller projects on the thermomodernization of the communal sphere, but these projects gave us an opportunity to collect a team, to train them, and it's rather important. At the moment we've conducted thermomodernization of 27 institutions, and now we've signed an agreement with the Bank of KfW, and then it will be done the full thermomodernization. I'd like to thank the FIP fund and the Swiss government and GIZ. All of those funds are working in Zhytomyr, so a huge gratitude to them for that. The development of the heat supply system. What I've mentioned above. On the one hand, the local authorities should invest money into the parks and roads, and that's what the voter understands. It's much easier to get this outcome and result out of such activities. But when you understand that without the communal economy, the future of the city cannot be nice, you still have such projects. Annually, we are replacing 1 of the kilometers of the grids of our enterprise in Zhytomyr. We don't have the boiler rooms with the ratio of less than 90, lower than 94%, and now we have, as for the losses, up to 5%. And the losses in Ukraine altogether are approximately 12%. In Zhytomyr we have the level of 5%, and there are some micro-districts where the losses are only up to 1% as for now. Simultaneously, we are constructing several more projects. This is the first project we are constructing. These are the grant money and co-funding from the city. This is the thermal station, which will be working using wood chips and will produce the turbine energy. The tender was won by the Italian company, and the works are ongoing. In April next year, the object will be acting. The second object like this is beginning the construction in February. That is Estonian company and the EBRD project. Simultaneously, we have the full reconstruction. Well, it's not even the reconstruction; it's the construction of the new new water utility. Thanks to the loan of the World Bank, we are creating the modern cleansing utilities. And further, you will see how we create those waste management utilities. In April next year it will be working finally, because we will give the first waiver for the exploitation, and in 2022 we'll provide the cleansing station for the drinking water, which is also being constructed now. So Slovenian government has provided the grant for Zhytomyr city and now we conduct the full reconstruction of the canalization station in Zhytomyr city. During the last years, we are replacing 10 to 11 kilometers of the grids as for the water and wastewater treatment plants. Our losses have decreased for 17% in 2 years, and during the next 2 years, we're planning to decrease the losses for 17% more. As for the enterprises of the water services company, the task to have the drinking water in 2022. Those are the objects as for the water service company. As for the transport and infrastructure, that's about environment. The city is purchasing and procuring the electrical vehicles thanks to the agreement with the EBRD. Up till the end of the year, we will be having 15 new trolleybuses. We've implemented the system of e-ticket and lots of other points. So we are working in this direction. As for the LED lighting, approximately 10 years ago, NEFCO have conducted a small project together with the Zhytomyr City Council as for the lighting of one of the streets with LED lights. And during the 2017 and 18, we've totally had the transition onto the LED lighting of the whole city. The yards, the streets are lit with LED lights only, and it was done thanks to the international competition. So this is then ESCO mechanism. 80% of the funds of the loan are the funds which the budget gets, saving the lighting on the lighting of the city. We are the first in Ukraine who had the proper transition onto the LED. The construction of the waste management and processing plant, we were creating this project for a year and a half. It was a very complicated process to prepare the project documentation, to design it. We wanted to have all the necessary permits from the Ministry of Ecology. The equipment is created by the Croatian company. In January, this equipment was ready for 60%, and we were planning to begin the construction in May, but we have the reforms which are so slow that we were applying for the permit in April, but we got it only 4 weeks ago, this permit to begin the construction of the garbage processing factory. So this is the situation, and in spring we'll begin the creation of the rubbish recycling plant. We did not use the garbage incineration because it's a separate project. We will construct in Zhytomyr the first license for the waste recycling plant, and further we plan to construct the station which will incinerate the waste. For that we need landlords, and we've prepared them, and the capacities of this station will be providing the heating energy and the electrical energy. Thank you everybody for your attention. Sergei Ivanovich, we're so grateful for such a full of sense presentation. There's lots of points which were interesting. I'm sure that for each slides we could pose lots of questions and get lots of interesting info as a response. I have a short additional question. Maybe it's from science fiction, but still, we are speaking about decarbonization and so on. Would you please tell, do you think that we will live till the moment when we'll have the very quick electric train going through the city? Well, I'm planning to see that in my life, because in the budget for the next year we are working with the Ministry of Transport for about 3 years. 2 ministers were already replaced, and for the next year the budget of Ukraine includes the electrification of Zhytomyr, Novograd, Volhynsky, which will provide speedy trains through Zhytomyr. Incredible. Thank you so much, Sergei Ivanovich. That was a wonderful presentation, and again Well, by the way, it's how it's happening. I know that rather often the delegations from other cities are coming to Zhytomyr to study your experience, so I think this is the reason of the success for the cities to exchange information, for them to share experience of practical activities, including the cooperation with their investors who are already working in the city and can work in the city. And now allow me to give the floor to our next speaker. We are finalizing our session. That is Mr. Vladislav Stankovsky, Deputy Head of Ternopil City Council. Wonderful Ternopil City. Vladislav, hello. Yes, do you hear me? Yes, we perfectly hear you. The floor is yours. So, hello. Finally, this is the turn of the west of Ukraine. So do you hear me? No, we do hear you. I will try to be very short because I understand that everybody is so exhausted and maybe your attention is so disseminated and distorted. It's so pleasant to see lots of partners and friends. We are speaking about the results of the Ternopil city. Thanks to the decrease of the consumption, reduction of the consumption, modernization of the municipal infrastructure of the city, and of course this is the way for Zhytomyr and other partners of ours, since we signed the agreement and defined the horizons after the European Mayor Agreement and the sustainable plans, if we speak where we can find more resources and who can believe that we can provide the means for their energy efficiency, modernization, and to use them efficiently. Well, of course, any investor and banker needs to understand this strategy. And of course, that we need to consider the format, the inventorization and audit of what you need to provide in the city. Without the cooperation with the dozens of different structures which funded certain measures, and independent and international engineers which provided analysis and audit. We know those structures, and of course we wouldn't be able to do that without them. I'd like to drive your attention to such an interesting tool as Trace. This is the tool to report the losses of the energy in the city. It helped us as the World Bank to analyze what is ongoing here. So we have conducted the analysis of the energy consumption. We've defined the benchmarking according to the key indicators and the priority sectors, and we formed the recommendations. As the outcome, we have the energy balance of the city, the document which was the base for the cooperation with different financial institutions to understand and define the priorities which we took for their investments and to increase modernization. Well, I won't dwell upon that.
Now, about the centralized heat supply system, there are already documents approved by the city council, but in the essence, it's the investment programs for the company and residential housing development program. What are the main points for modernizing heat supply for any city? Of course, the diversification of energy sources, because you can have alternative to gas, but every region has to decide it upon themselves, and there's market infrastructure. Some 6 years ago, wood chips was more lucrative in terms of economy. Today, because of the cost of wood and decrease of the gas price, the fluctuation of prices in the market, and some economic priorities can change. But of course, it's clear that diversification of energy sources means security. The second factor important for us is moving to two-pipe system, where you can regulate heat supply to a building by regulating the heat distribution, smaller heat distribution hubs rather than one big hub. That will balance out the daily hot water supply. Many cities opted for not to use it because right now it's not profitable, but let's hope that in the future it's going to be profitable with new economic conditions. if 1 or 2 seasons you stop feeding hot water in centralized way, you will not be able to restore the system. It's going to freeze. The pipes are going to freeze and break. So it's a difficult thing for energy supply, for heat supply for any city. Whereas the weather-related regulation of heat supply is one option, but still you can feed hot water 24/7. Dispatcher hub for distribution. The SCADA system could be controlled remotely, and emergency situations can be remote controlled. Response can be remote control. Of course, the pumps with the frequency modulators and exchange replacement of the gas meters. So this is the transition to 4-pipe system or two-pipe system. All systems should be equipped with this kind of equipment. We have 100% contracted all of the about 800 heat hubs of the city, and without proper accounting, there's no reason, because if you install a meter on a house that was not refurbished, there's no economic sense. Only if you regulate the temperature, you regulate the feed, only then the meter is reasonable. And we should do away with this beginning or the end of the season, because somebody said so. The heat supply should be flexible, depending on the temperature inside the building, not because of the political decision. And that's what means more comfort for consumers. So this modernization agenda, we have signed investment agreement of $48 million, 217,000 of population in our city. This is a serious amount of investment. So they built the water supply system, and we basically rebuilt the centralized heat supply system. There's unique projects here. EBRD, Clean Technologies, World Bank, and of course NEFCO sponsor these. So here are the results. We stopped this chaotic turning on and off of heat supply the way we did from 2012. We have reduced consumption with the same amount of consumers. We have the average less consumption of natural gas from 82 million cubic meters in 13, now 54 million. And the electricity from 20 gigawatts in 13, we only consume 13 gigawatts. So it's decreased energy resource consumption because we did the modernization, because we are more effective now in feeding the heat energy. Plus, the investment project means the budget does not need to invest money. So it's a local commodity which allows to decrease natural gas consumption. So without decreased consumption for the end consumer, it's also difficult to talk about modernization. We have the biggest consumption, but 83% of all the energy resources of the city are consumed in condominiums. So we have the Resource Support Center for Condominiums, and do we have a portal for certification online? We also have a project worth of $36 million signed with World Bank Clean Technology Program, which will allow us to decrease electricity consumption by half. And we have the critical infrastructure. And the welfare of the city depends on 24/7 access to heat supply. The next part is the profound modernization of educational facility. About 30 million euro is the World Bank program, which will allow us to deeply modernize our educational facilities. The total square of 250,000 square meters. Not everybody will be covered by this project, but modernization can amount to ventilated facades, recuperation of air, proper lighting, insulation, sanitary hygienic measures, street lighting. We also work with NEFCO and FFT fund, but Zhytomyr is moving toward LED lighting. But this year we'll be changing it seriously. In 2017, we were awarded on the forum in Xinjiang, where we represent Ukraine. And our package of investment is about $100 million in total. So about $100,000 per capita, which is quite big and important for a city like ours. So thermal modernization and insulation of all educational facilities, the general SCADA system, which will allow us to remotely manage heat supplies in condominium, and of course the difficult and ambitious task to modernize the residential houses that were built before 1997. Revolver fund of energy efficiency. That's part of another initiative which is tied to legislation. Smart city, of course, it's difficult to talk about smart city if you don't have smart inhabitants. So we need to educate our people first. So I tried to stay laconic as I could. These are our main partners. I hope we continue working with them. Without them, there would be no modernization. Thank you. Thank you, Vladislav. I replaced Cyrillo because he needed to leave urgently. He's busy, but I want to thank Ternopil and Ternopil region for being so innovative. As far as I know, they are leaders in solar power stations for residential houses. And they also very progressive in terms of implementing these kind of projects, like energy efficiency, for instance. You can feel that there are people owning these things. And people who wanted the money stays in the region, create jobs in the region. Besides, another important city, Kamenets-Podilsky, they are providing 60% of their heat energy from their own sources generated. And other regions, other cities, we can also say that currently there are regions and cities that can be taken as an example. How you completely drop foreign energy resources. You don't need to spend money. You can keep money here. You can use local sources of energy and create jobs and create more revenues in the budget. So our session is virtually over, and I thank every speaker for the participation in the session. We will be drawing conclusions shortly. There's not much time for questions and answers at the moment, but if you're interested, we can answer in private messages. So we pass the floor back to acting head of the Energy Efficiency Fund, Mr. Guriev. Okay, thank you, Yuri. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart, to all the participants, all attendees, all viewers and listeners. Our technical people are saying that there were 6,000 viewers in this session who watched our online broadcast. So this is another proof that energy efficiency is the way to go, is the way that interests everyone. Governments, businesses, experts, everyone. So I wanted to sum it up by saying that the first large-scale online forum, energy-independent Ukrainian agents, is complete and successfully conducted. And we once again want to stress that Green Deal is the job we will be doing together. Thanks a lot and wish you a great day.